as I say, give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
How about now? Hello? Okay, so I'm back, and it looks like the game audio is back. Sound is on. Phase 4 part still missing. Still can't see you, so better than ever. Wow. Okay, hang on, I'm fixing that too. Give me just a second. Boom. Ah, there we go. Next one day off entire stream breaks. How does this do it? I don't know. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't do anything and then everything breaks. Also, is his mic quiet? It fucking seems to be, yeah. I don't know what's up with that. There, how about now? Is that a bit better? That should be a little better. Okay, so I didn't do much yesterday. I wasn't streaming. I hunted a few hard drives, but not many. I think I only played for like half an hour or something. But what I did do was set this up. I made a whole lot of alien DNA capsules, and I've got some more. No, I got like 4 hard drives, like total. Like that's, I played long enough to get 4 hard drives and also decide that I wasn't going to automate my making of weapons, because just to make ammo is like, I mean, obviously you don't need that many, but like it's that many different machines and this many different things that I need. You can see about the save file? We can't. And do you want to know why? I logged off the end of last stream and then just walked away and never logged out. And it wasn't until yesterday afternoon that I logged back in again and went, oh, my whole thing's still just been running for like the last night and a half. Oops. Okay. So these alien DNA capsules, do I just put them directly into the sink the same way I get rid of everything else? That's what they're for, right? Yoink. Yoink. Those can dump for now at 60 a minute while I have a look and see if I need any alien DNA capsules for any unlocks. Nope, can't do that for another 3 minutes. Tell you what though, that machine is still making another, well, it's gonna make another 100 and something, and there's already another 70 there, so I bet that that's enough for whatever unlock I need. Plus, I'm about to go out hunting anyway, right? So like, don't have any of those. It's in megaphone. No, something is wrong with my microphone. Something is wrong. Did I use like maybe a different setting? Hold on. There. What if we just change it away and change it back? Wait. That sounds better. That sounds better. Okay, I just changed it away and changed it back. That's fine. Well, I guess I might as well just do that so it says complete, even though I don't care about scanning for enemies. Oops. That's not at all how I want that to work. There you go. What else did you want? I just like seeing complete. Is that a high-speed connector? It is. Okay, 30 seconds, that'll be done. I'll finish that one. And then we're gonna go pick a place for our new factory. And then I figure what I can do is I can pick a place for the new factory, build train lines out there, and then go hunting in that region because it'll be an area I've never been before. It feels like the right thing to do. Alien megafauna. Oops. Pull those back out. There we go. Alien megafauna. Research.
Hostile organisms added to the object scanner. Note, it cannot detect the species, only aggression. There are many creatures that dislike you, Pioneer, but I am your true friend.
There are many species that dislike you, Pioneer. Okay, cool. Well, I've got 40 minutes to find a new base location and start hunting. Otherwise, I run out of hard drives. Chain a second box there. Yeah, I can just like throw them back in here and worry about it next time I'm near. Right, it's fine. Look at them coupons though. Yo. Decided to go for the nut job after all. I mean, not intentionally. Faster belts will empty you quicker. Faster belts will shut down my whole factory. This is a sync line for everything that has excess. And I had a Mark 5 belt on real quick and then was like, oh no, if I just like do a personal dump, the line backs up. And so my solution was I just put a slow belt there because it's for the personal dump from my inventory. This doesn't normally happen, right? It's just like, usually it's just like, oh, a little bit of leftover crap that I just want to get rid of before I go hunting, right? And I just throw it in my garbage chute. I just go, oh, I don't want those, bye. I don't normally have a box full of shit. That's actually the first time that's been an issue, but it's fine, don't worry about it. Okay, so I decided not to automate my ammo yesterday, just because let's see, you need copper sheets, coal, sulfur, and the most annoying part, heavy oil residue. And I was just like, that's so fucking annoying. But also, I just used all my smokeless powder, so I'm gonna have to find a way to fit some ammo production in somewhere, right? Like I would need to go from that to, what the fuck is packaged turbo rifle ammo? Why instead of just turbo rifle ammo? Okay, cool, whatever. Anyway, I decided not to do that because that sounded annoying. So, because of the fuel drone network, you could just tap the fuel you're making for drones. Well, I suspect we're going to need a proper drone setup and some proper fuel for those drones somewhere at some point. Alright. So this is the base. It's shipping in a lot of things. It's going to ship in... I'm going to have to limit that because I'm only making 30 heat sinks a minute. So... I guess we're going to make 3 of these. Yeah, 3 of those uses exactly that. Which puts me at 10 units that do that and 5 units that do that. That should be fine. I'll be making 10 magnetic field generators and 5 thermal propulsion rockets, which are needed in exactly half value, so perfect. I don't know if this is excessive or not, but it's what I'm doing. The problem is I'm also using all of the cooling systems and I need some for an unlock. I guess I'll just sloop that temporarily and get the unlock. Ugh. Who's calling me? How rude. Okay, that was a good reason to call me. I was like, oh, we're on our way to your house and we're going to pick up a burger. Do you want a burger? Yes. Sydney question. Aluminum set up the processes. 800 aluminum stack. I'm slitting 120 into stack, 300 into... Nice. You saw my aluminum base, right? I did 2,160 scrap. And I did it. I've actually doubled my casing supply. I was going to put some away, but I'm actually making 480 casings and 210 sheets and 30 heat sinks. It has no water pumps. I did the math with sloops. So what, you sloop this stage so that you provide more water enough to come back? Are you going to the VIP dinner? I heard something about there being another ExileCon. Currently, I have not looked into it at all, but the answer is I will be going to ExileCon. It actually is the first news from GDG since I did my whole burnout leave thing that excited me. So... literally the best time of my life. I will be going back there. The stone's throw for you. Yeah, it's still an expensive trip. Like the plane ticket is the cheap part for me, as it's like fucking a 30-minute It's a 30-minute plane ride, I think. I think they call it 45, but like that includes like waiting on the plane, and you know, slowly taxiing off to the runway. You're from my place. Okay, I leave my house and then I'm in a hotel in Auckland 2.5 hours later. So that's like travel to the airport, airplane, travel back from that airport into the city, find the hotel, get in, 2.5 hours. How do you get the glossy color finish on the floating train platform? Oh, that's actually a really good question. Hold on. Those are my old trains. So the answer is coated concrete. So coated concrete has to be the foundations. And it'll be probably my foundation forever. Right? Which is material coated concrete. Right? Let me just paint one, right? So that's coated concrete, which is nice and shiny. Right? Better than regular concrete, nice and shiny. Responds way better to getting painted with anything, right? Responds way better to getting painted with anything. And if you want like a real, like a plasticky look, what you can do, see, responds way better, but what you can do is go what is it? Colors. So let's just have a look at red, right? Red's whatever, right? But if you go into edit and then you set this thing to like 100, or is it this one that goes to 100? One of them. You just have to sort of play around. So shiny 10 set color. That makes it a lot more shiny. Same color, but it's like way more shiny. And you could play around with shiny colors in like bigger amounts. So so now it looks like that. You can make it look any fucking way. Like that's incredibly shiny. So coated concrete plays really, really well with oversaturating colors, basically. That's the TLDR, is that coated concrete plays really, really well with coated concrete. Oh, okay, well. So what's a little surprising here is that despite the incredible amount of machines, I will need to bring over 300 sulfuric acid. Did you master the train signals? Master's a strong word. I think I understand them now. Have you played enough of this to have a laugh at me fucking up train signals? Because I could show you a thing I did, which I think was hilarious. So these were my old train platforms. My first train platform I ever made, right? You have to put like beams in, etc. They work fine, but I also only made a flat version. And then I was shown by Shads an idea that I copied the idea from, but I made my own. But the idea I copied, which is that you can make train platforms that look like they should float. You make them so they look like they've got fucking engines holding them up in the air, and then you don't need to connect them to the ground. You can put them wherever you want. And at the same time, I made inclines and declines to try and make the ride a little smoother, right? Which is great. And so all I did was I took my flat flying platform, right? This worked fine. When I made this worked fine. Because all I did was I took my other flying platform and I just sort of added the fans to it, painted it, coated it in the correct things, added the little like underneath bit so it like looks like it has a motor up in the air. Cool. All good so far. No problems. And then I was like, I tell you what, let's make an incline and a decline. Now I've since fixed it, so it looks fine. But all I did when I made the incline and the decline was I put the ramps on just here, and then I just deleted the train track and I laid a new train track on the angle, and that was it. And I thought myself very smart. What I forgot to do was move these fucking signals to reattach to a new train line. So these were still standing completely vertically instead of on an angle, and they were just attached to the concrete at the bottom, and they were just fucking cosmetic train signals. And they were the whole way over to my new base, and I just had some cosmetic train signals, and it cost me like an hour of my head exploding because every single floating platform blueprint I had used wasn't following any of the rules it was supposed to, and trains would not work. Eventually, yeah, it was like, why is this one giant block? Eventually we came all the way back here and realized there was still problems with the stations on this side. And that's when I started to be like, okay, I'm going to pretend I'm a train, and I'm going to come this way, and then I'm going to come this way, and I'll be like, this is already wrong. This should be green. There's no train in front of me. And then, oh no, this one might've been the one that worked actually. Yeah, I was like, yeah, this works. That's fine. And I like followed it until I hit my first incline that I'd placed, and then was like, this one isn't green. It was right there. I was like, this one isn't green, but there's nothing wrong. They're straight out of the blueprints. How come the train can't go? Why is it not green? And then I realized, oh no, it's every incline platform I've made. They're all wrong. No. What happens if you stand in front of a train? Well, that was anticlimactic. Not gonna lie, I was expecting to be ragdolled across the map. Yeah, the floating platforms are a neat idea. Yeah. I quite like it. I quite like the floating platforms because now I don't take up ground real estate and I don't have to put these huge metal pillars in. Right? Big metal pillars like look like they hold, and it just looks way cooler. Like this is the first one. And like, yeah, sure, it looks like a train platform. Like, yeah, it looks like it's holding stuff up. It doesn't really look cool. Right? Doesn't really look cool. Whereas this one over here, this looks cool as fuck. And this is the Temu version. The one Shad's made looks even way cooler. I even got some lights for when it's nighttime, so that we're just like sort of lighting up the underside of the track. Lights. This is how I'm making all my lights from now on. Fuck actual lights, by the way. Actual lights in this game take power and have to be connected to power. You can just place a billboard anywhere you fucking want and you can make it real bright and it just works. Oh, that's not where I want to go. All right, so we got to pick a new place for our new base. This is an optional part. I could be shipping in my sulfuric acid if I need to, but we can also make pure and leached are basically the same thing. What is that? 24 to 12, 54 to 36. So leached is actually slightly better, but I'm not tapping, I'm not fully tapping any of these nodes. Like I actually don't need that much raw material to make all of this, apparently. It just has to go through a lot of processes. It has to go through a lot of processes. Huh. Huh. This makes me wonder, what if instead of just tapping exactly the resources that I need for the base, what if I made a fucking huge platform, right? Huge platform. Absolutely huge platform. Massive one. And we don't treat it like an individual base, we treat it like a city. And so I just, you know, one section somewhere is going to take every raw resource that I can get in the area and just fucking process all of it. And just make as much of these three things in probably 3 separate buildings as I possibly can. And then we make a separate area that's just like, you make fucking wire and quick wire out of those 2 things. And that's like a building like over the road over there, right? Then I can make a whole city. I don't have to keep anything confined to small little areas for this plant. And if it's more than like 1 or 2 buildings across and running a belt like underneath it is inconvenient, we could use like as many drones as we wanted. We could just throw drones. The whole city could just have drones in it. That would be cool. All I would have to do is just label every building. Like, let's say I only need, we just do rounding. You'd say, oh, I'm using 210 of this, but 780 Caterium is coming in. So you would make all of the 780 Caterium, right? And then you would just, on the sign, you would have 780 Caterium being made, 220 being used. And then I can just pull from there whenever I want more Caterium ingots for the next bit. That building's already there. I like the idea. I'm sold. No one's saying that's a shit idea, so okay, in that case, I probably want to not use this recipe because this is already going to use 300 sulfuric acid. So unless I'm making sulfuric acid on site, which I don't think I will be, unless it just happens to be near. I probably just use the water recipe instead. Slightly less efficient, but not bad. $45 into 22, 54 into 60 into 36, or 24 into 12, or 45 into 15. Holy crap, the base recipe's garbage. All these are pretty close. Like, they're all reasonable. The base recipe is garbage. All right, that makes it time to look. Okay, so what do I need? I need Caterium, copper, iron, and coal. Caterium, copper, iron, and coal. So let's have a look-see here. We need some coal, we need some copper, we need some iron, and thank you. And we need some Caterium right there. Okay, so is this the blue lake? I don't even know what the blue lake is. That could be this, that could be this. Over here somewhere? Could be that area. Could be this area. Three pure coal right there. It does look like Caterium is my most limiting factor. So let's just see where the Caterium is. Okay, yeah, Caterium is somewhat spread. Not very clustered, although there's quite a bit right there. But down in there does look like it'd be pretty good. Yeah, we're definitely not going to need more than one Caterium. This thing could actually pump out like more than a single belt could take, and I'm only going to use 217 right now. And it could actually pump out more than 780 if it was just one pure Caterium node, which there is one just there, but I could even just use the normal. What do you need coal for? To make steel. I need coal to make steel because I need to make a bunch of steel beams and a bunch of steel pipe. Which are basically the only two things that steel makes. All the alt recipes for steel all use something, right? These two use coal, and these ones use petroleum coke and compacted coal. So like coke coal still requires petroleum coke, which now means I have to use like a heavy oil residue somewhere, right? But then it wouldn't require coal. You're right. But like, I don't know. I feel like finding crude oil is even more hard than finding coal. Like, there's just not that much crude oil. Well, there's actually tons of crude oil. It's just not very spread out. So not very, yeah, it's not very spread out. It's all clustered to certain areas, right? So like the closest oil, I've got oil over there or oil over here. Are there oil geysers? Oh, there are oil geysers. Ooh. Ooh. Maybe I do that. Okay, let's say that I was willing to do that. That iron would come up to there. So we'd use a little more iron. Both of those would, instead of deleting them, can I just clear all their connections? How do I do that? There, clear that connection, clear that connection, clear, 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 clear. Let's just see how much I need when I do this. Huh. I actually wouldn't use very much oil either. And then I just don't need coal. I would need oil instead of coal though. We'd have a little bit of polymer resin left over, which we'll either sink or do something with. But okay, I don't hate that. So basically 2 options then. I can do that either way. I can go through this way and make and make steel, or I can go through this way and make steel. Either way I still need concrete, and that's gonna get shipped in, so that's fine. Made a huge concrete factory. Okay, so back to our satisfactory map. The oil being right there is quite nice. I didn't realize they would go through resource pumps. So the closest Caterium is actually over the ridge though. Like I'd have to take Caterium from that far away if I was building here. That's a long way away. Well, that one. Okay, well, I believe that's where my concrete base is. So let's go out and have a look out there. Who's going to the concrete base soon? Anyone? And there, concrete's in the south. I mean, my concrete's like, oh, it's all the way down here. Okay, the concrete is my closest base to it, or possibly the aluminum. I don't know. They're both close-ish. I'm gonna jump on the next train and go to whichever base the next train brings me to. Also, if I do ever play this game again from the start, I will be building a personal train station on every base. I haven't done that, but I will. Also, I do not like this layout that I did here. This is my first proper train station, and I've got room to put a 3rd train station in without too much modifications. But I really like the train setup that I put in the concrete base. It's actually my favorite. I like that one way more. The train setup in the concrete base is different because this all comes off into one single line, and then all the train stations are like off that. So there's like a line to come into, and then I could just do as many train stations as I want, and then the flip turns around and comes back out in one line. And that looks like a lot more nice and a lot more expandable. Whereas this one, I've limited to 4 cars, which I haven't regretted yet, but I can only put 3 stations here. So that's a total of 12. Uh-oh. I mean, that looked dangerous, but it wasn't. They were fine. That just looked dangerous though. Okay, which one are you though? Which one are you? What's your name? Where you going, buddy? This one is the concrete delivery. All right, we are going out to the concrete store. Also, I think I know the way to make my trains even less wavy than they currently are. This is significantly less wavy bumpy than the others. But I think I should just be building foundation and then laying track over the foundation and then turning it off. And then like getting rid of the foundation. Because then I can have it always the same distance, and I can have it always, if it's a 1 meter incline, it'll be a 1 meter incline the whole way. I don't have to like eyeball it or anything. Oh no, all my machines are off. That's because we're full on concrete. We haven't sent them anywhere. These machines run perfectly. We nailed it, but we didn't put any sinks on the concrete because why the fuck would I sink concrete? That's not going to be worth anything. Okay, so I'm here already. The place I was thinking about going was all the way up here. Yeah, you're an angry boy, we get it. Let's go have a look-see. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I advise you to seek your thrills more in the field of mathematics or architecture, and less in the literal field.
I had tons of fuel. I just didn't have any fuel on me. My bad. Oops. This is quicker. There's my concrete base just over there. Ta-da, I'm back. Oh, really? Okay. I'm bad with the jetpack. Oh, I didn't realize you spawned with 0 health. I was like, I survived this landing. It'll just leave me with 1 health and then I'll be on my way. Nope. It does not leave you with 1 health unless you're full. Soft landing, much better. How do we get up from there? Do a little quick bunny hop. Hop, hop, hop. Oh, hi, spider. You guys chase forever, but I'm not gonna stop. Eventually you'll stop, right? Fucking spider's leash range is insane, by the way. He's still chasing me. Or it's a new one. I don't know. I'm not sure they actually have a leash range. I mean, they do eventually stop chasing you, I'm pretty sure. Oh fuck, that's a new one. Okay, well that's an issue. There's a place I'm going over there. Okay. Hey look, I already built a concrete foundation out here. For something. Also eat your burger before. Oh yeah, yeah. Fuck yeah. Stay. A burger. It's right in front of me. Hey. No. Go on. Go on. Back it up. Back it up. All the way out you go. Ah. Plus, I just kind of want it to be daytime when I go to look around out here. Ooh. There's potentially a hard drive up there. I didn't realize this was a thing we could do. Oh, it's me. This is so far away I cannot see my skyscrapers. For a little bit there, I thought I'd be able to see them from everywhere. That's actually so much better. Found a Mercer sphere. Right, so you can only go so far away from wherever you are. Yeah, I see. That makes sense. Actually, turning the fog off looks great. Good damn. Oops. Guys, I've actually been missing so much by like only playing ARPGs for the last 8 years. Like, I'm gonna get back into PoE as soon as PoE 1 launches, but we gotta do more variety this year than we've ever done. I have to play some of these other games. Now, this wasn't actually the place I was thinking about going, though. Over here was, I'm pretty sure. Or not. So I want to steal that or that. One of those two pure Caterium nodes. I think probably that one. I remember using this button before. There it is. So my concrete's fucking down here. Which means I could either split up from there, but my aluminium's over here. I got a train station like around there somewhere. So it's probably better to just go past the aluminium and get a train in here somewhere. So my aluminium base is like in here. I've like branched off this path. I'm like here somewhere. So if I just like I'm rejoin this nice path with my train that's down there, right? Cross there because there's no reason for me to do that. So I'll just cross right there and then come in here and make a train station somewhere here. And that'll just sort of be like the central hub for the whole area. Nice big train station. Lots of room for logistics on the floor. Because we're gonna make several bases all the way around this crater. We're gonna make a lot of crater all the way around this place. We're making shit. So we're going to want that to be a relatively sizable train station. Like, somewhere's going to make a bunch of petroleum coke for us. I mean, that's obviously going to be down here. That's going to turn into a bunch of steel. But then we're also going to make a bunch of iron, copper, and Caterium, which are all around here. I might even use the Caterium that uses water instead of the Caterium that uses sulfuric acid, because there's just tons of water here and it would be convenient to do so. But we might just use this whole fucking area to create different factories that are all really one factory. But like separate buildings to do these three things and that one. And then separate buildings to do these two. So like that could be the same building, but like that. So we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And maybe even 6, 7. Maybe even like 7 like base smaller factories around the place to do all of our base components. And that would all get shipped into an area that would do, well, not shipped in, probably droned in, because they're all going to be
Made you
relatively
some
close.
snowmen.
Yellow, thank you for the 88 months. So, the ones that make the big elevator parts are going to be probably the closest buildings to the train station. Because once I'm done with phase 4 or whatever I'm in, I'm probably going to need more thermal propulsion rockets and magnetic field generators anyway. And those will be output from here on the train if I need them for other shit once the thing's done. I'm just hoping that 5 of those and 10 of those a minute is enough. Although what I have learned is nothing's ever enough. You've never got enough of anything. But hopefully it'll do. Gonna play Freakia? If so, what build? I am not. Exclamation mark. Yeah. Right. I'll be back in just a moment. Let me get rid of my burger. The copper's going to be the big issue. But right now, as it stands, it isn't. Right now, as it stands, this whole factory is only using 300 of the copper. $120k gas needed. Yeah, but I think I'm not worrying about those two for now. I think that's for nuclear pasta. That's its own separate bullshit. That'll be somewhere else. And this is its own separate bullshit. This place is to make these two. Those two seem to go together quite well. They use a lot of the same parts. The other two are... This one doesn't actually seem bigger than any of these other ones here. It uses different things and doesn't fit into the factory well. And then this one seems fucking massive. Nuclear pasta seems like a big job. Okay, fine. So, big train station. Honestly, probably like right here. Right there looks like a really good place for the train station. Yeah, the oil's going to be all the way over here, but like, I think I'm just going to like pave this entire fucking area and then just start making whatever I need to make. So if I build the train station up here, then we should be all right. So I want to build the train, I don't know, up here somewhere. Oops. Oops. Get rid of that. Get rid of this one. Highlight that one. Okay, that's where I want to build the train. Not far. just over there. Place is so pretty. I'm gonna blow it all up. Okay, so round about here, but I want flat ground over the whole goddamn thing. I'm gonna build a giant fucking parking lot, essentially. What's the song? Pave paradise and put up a parking lot? That's what I'm about to fucking do. Oh. I mean, I wasn't intentionally looking for a bug, but I'll grab it while I'm next to it. Thought that'd let me land there. Oh, I can land here. Close enough. Thanks, buddy. Okay, this looks like the highest point I should have to worry about. So I think I just fucking cover this whole area. The whole place. Everything. I will take that. Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this is as high as I have to worry. Cool. Let's build it. We're gonna go. I'd actually like to build on, I think, asphalt to start with. I think the whole thing is asphalt. Oh, whoops. Apply. I think you get 4-meter foundations on the bottom. You lock onto the world grid, you press hold. You page up a few times. You get to like above that tree, and we call that the start of the I build everything this high. That's so high. That's so high. Well, they're going to be separate little factories? They are. In a city. This high up, the train's gonna need rocket boosters to get it up. It should be fine. Also, we can always build the train underneath. Like the train station could be like floating underneath here. But then you do have to get past the train with like logistics, and I might not want to do that. Used to the infinite zoop mod? Yeah. That's not inconvenient at all. I say we only build this much of it, and then we fucking figure out exactly where I want the train to be, and we bring power over so that we don't have to deal with that shit anymore. Being able to float, please. Apparently there's also a mod that just like lets you hover and float like you have the hover pack, just but anywhere the whole time. And I'm not gonna lie, that one seems pretty tempting. Okay, so this is a very big platform for now. I would like to be more in this direction also. Yeah. So over there is all the area that I want to be in. Right? Like, have I made it too high? Like, this is the starting level. This is the starting level. Doesn't feel too high. Honestly, I don't even need to destroy that tree. Okay, now, so my closest train is probably the aluminium station over here, or is it concrete? Where's the concrete? Concrete's down there, and I'm all the way up there. Aluminium's over here, and I'm all the way up here. It's almost time to loop the train station back on itself so that it can go either way. That was part of the track design, was that I would be able to loop it and cross it and go anywhere I wanted. But for now, I need a train station. And either tracks are going to come from... Let's have a look-see. Okay, so I want the tracks to come over here. Right here. A little bit to the left. I'm staring at the area where I want tracks to come in. Right here. Let's go a tiny bit further. Like 4 foundation widths out. Hmm. 6. Yep, alright. This is where I'm gonna have the tracks come in. So blueprint, flat flying. Shit. Arrow always points to the center of the map. That's actually rough. Don't really know what way. Okay, we're gonna have to come from the aluminum base then. Just see which way this needs to be around. So let's do the thing where we put this because it's huge, and I put it right where I want the track to come in. And now I know where the track wants to come in from. And so we putter our way back over to that aluminium base. Right in that direction. and we connect a train all the way up to here. I mean, I could stop there and grab that. It's a purple bug. Let's do it. Yoink. Thanks, buddy. Heading straight for the train station Alumina. Quiet. That way. Yep, that way. Yep, being attacked by mobs. Oh, I'll grab that on the way past. Whoa! You know what? I just don't need you. I don't need this. Oh my god, there's more! Whoa! You know, I really didn't want to... oh god, I hate them so much. Oh god, I hate them so much. Ooh. Oh, they scare me. Oh, I don't enjoy it at all. Oh, I don't enjoy them at all. I just want it. Oh god, another one. How many of you are here? Unnecessary.
Play.
Unnecessary. Oh, okay. Where was my base? Over there. That way. Fantastic. Back to the relative safety of a powered base. Okay, so from here, which is where am I exactly on this map? Little jutty down bit next to the little bit that crosses. Little bit that crosses, little jutty down bit. So I'm like there? Yeah, okay, so I'm like there. So they come in like that, and I almost want to exit this way. Do I want to do that? That's a whole lot out of my way. I mean, it's fine if I go up there later. Just looking at the cool pathing options. I'm essentially here. I could split and go like that, but it's like a long way around. And like it might connect to shit I need later up here, but I could also make a branch that way to go over this whole area and head up in there. So since I am here and I want to be up there, I think I just cut through my own path to there. I just go through that way and then I join that path and then I just sort of cross into here where my train station is. That seems like a good plan. So I want to join up like here to where the path is and just forge my own way to that path from there. I really do like following the paths when possible. It just makes the train ride look real nice. So this would be the spot where a path is. Right here. What the fuck? Really? Right there? Right there. Right there? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Oh. Okay, no more homing ammo, but now stronger ammo. Hold the button down, watch what it does. What? Wait, hold what button down? Oh. Oh. Okay, that becomes very, very, very bad aim. There's very much the spray and pray attitude right there. Okay, well, I just came over here for this. What do you need? Heat sinks. Yoink. Thanks, buddy. So essentially, I want to turn that way, but I almost have to do it either after the train, which is a pretty tight turn, and I could go through there, or before the train and have this be station and have this be its own little spoke. I think after's probably better. At least I have the re-entry there on that side. And I might need to build another one there. It's almost like I need so that would be the correct way around. But assume if I put it this close, I can't put another train station on it. But I don't know if I want to anyway. I feel like there's actually just like while it's a lot of aluminum stuff, there's not actually like that much. There's only like 3 items to come out of here. There's only heat sinks, casings, and plates. So like that's all that is here, and nothing else is going to come here. Therefore, I don't think there's a need for another track. Okay. So let's make that bit the bit that leads off, which means I also need one here, exactly one platform apart, because that's how all my shit's hooked up. Which means you guys will need to connect, you guys will need to connect. I will need, oh god, so this is the exit line which merges that way, so you will also need to be able to exit this way, which is fine. You absolutely can do that. You can do that from here to there. It'll be nice and smooth, one big intersection. Not gonna do it right now, but yep, that'll work. But you will also need a way from this line to go into that station, which this is too tight for. That might be, that is enough. That is enough. Okay, cool. So this is where we need to be straight. After this we can bend off, which we're gonna have to bend off through this fucking gap. So let's grab a flat one. How do I make it like be fucking not like that? Just put it not on a foundation. I need it to be like off. I need it to be like a halfway. I need this to be facing me, and then I need you to go on about yay angle right there. Hold. I need to get you lined up to make sure that you're coming out of here flat. As close to flat as you're getting. You're gonna need to raise up a bunch anyway. That's gonna be a tight turn. I don't know if you can do that. Maybe the alternative is to go straight like that way. It is a little bit more of a direct path to where I want to go. Maybe that's the alternative here. So I'm here, so I'd be like crossing until I joined that part there, and then I can just come up. And then I'm not entering from where I thought I was gonna enter from, but maybe that's better. I didn't really think, I guess, about how the trains were going to leave this station. Because I really want them to go that way. They can. They can definitely go that way. They can definitely go that way. They just need... Okay. So we just need to go a little bit more on an angle like that. They can definitely do what I want here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, good idea, maybe. Let's try that. So I would actually like you to go fucking... Kind of have to go on an angle like this. Damn, in order to like fit, this is almost where I'd want to... Foundation snapped painted beams? Really? That seems to work though. Ooh, whoa. Oh. That is exactly where I would want that. Relatively close to that brick wall, but in range still. Now, can you make these turns? I'd want you to go there, but I'd want you to go here without overlapping each other. Whoa, 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 whoa. Fucking relax. Yes? Yes. Okay, they're a little bit wide there, but that's fine once I get rid of the foundation. And now we're heading in the correct direction. Why are you not powered? You should be powered. Oh, because I haven't actually connected any of these tracks. Therein lies the problem. As soon as I do this, the fucking place will break, won't it? You connect there, you connect there. This line comes in, which means this line has to go out to the closer one, which is just, well, come in from the closer one, which is just there. And now we have that whole train line hooked up, except I bet it's shit now. Okay, so this would be on the way in. So that needs to be replaced with a path signal. I believe. That's on the way out, so that still needs to be a block signal. I mean, that has treated the whole one-stop train station like a block. That's exactly what I expected it to look like. Just to make sure that everything works properly, we just have to wait for the next train to get here. I don't like that it fucking says that. Hold on. So you're a path and you're a block. That's on the way out. That's fantastic. Train would come that way. And that is a block. So that should be fine. Except block has conflicting entry types, so it is not correct. So we know this bit's right because it already did it. So block signal attached to here on the way in. Oh, path. Block signal. I fucking hate train signals. Trains are very useful. Fucking hate the signals. Right, so that counts as a block. That counts as a block. These are fine. That's a block coming out. That's a block going in, but that's fine because there. Wait. Shouldn't that be a path? Shouldn't that be a path? And then you should just work now. No? Why not? You should be able to come in. There are no trains anywhere in that whole system. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it all. Other way, please. Other way, please. Flip. I need you to flip around. You need to be a block signal, but you need to be facing me somehow. Just rotate holograms, scroll up and down. That I normally just scroll up and down. Yeah, so I want to make this a block. Well, that's what I'm trying to do. Normally you just scroll and it does the changes where the arrow is pointing. Oh, sorry, I meant the lights facing me. See, like that's the back of the sign. The arrow needs to face the other way. These lights need to face here. Like they need to not be that. They're facing the wrong way. And I don't know how to. I mean, up there's correct, but I don't want it to be all the way up there. Although it could be. That would involve getting rid of this one because I put one there. So that actually gets replaced with the that one, which should be no different than before. Cool. Okay. So now you have a path signal that comes in. The block signal's on this track because that's the end of the intersection for that line anyway. I mean, realistically, there should always have been a block signal here anyway, facing the other way. There we go. That should always have been the case. It just didn't matter because they were only coming from one side. So it wasn't causing any problem. Okay, not being able to flip it around is real annoying. Hold on. Save. Load. Let's just see if that. Okay, let's try this again. There we go. Now the scrolling works. Fantastic. You're clearly wrong. I would like a block. It was always supposed to be here, facing that way. And then you should be here, and that should create another block. Oh, why did you not create a block? That should be its own block. That should be its own segment all of a sudden. Yes, trains, huh? Trains, huh? Even that didn't do anything. Which I don't need that one. I just put it down just to see if it would. Well, that's very weird. Oh, we have a mistake. Okay, so we have a mistake with the track anyway, because it does need to rejoin this one as well if it wants to stop at Aluminium and be able to go this way, which it currently can't do, which is going to make it even worse. It shouldn't though. It should mean we just need a path signal right here. Boom. How are you not? What the fuck? Because the blocking one should go right here. Click. How would you not become a different color? That's a block. That's a path. Everything in here should be a different color. It should have segmented this track right here. And it didn't. Why not? Now I'm fine with that being called part of the intersection. I'm fine with all of this being called part of the intersection. And I'm happy with the intersection being all the way out to here. That's a different line. That's a different block. That's a different block. Those two blocks leading in are correct. They're fine. That block doesn't count until there. That one comes all the way up until here. So those are all fine. But something in the middle here ain't working. I'm pretty sure since you lead all the way back to here, pretty sure you should have a block right here. Aha. Aha. Now this guy should wait here until this one leaves. And that one should leave, and as soon as it gets out, this one will come in, and it should stop right there and wait for this path to be clear before leaving. So as soon as it's out of the train station there, the next one should come. Oh, you don't actually have to wait because you're a path and you're leaving the same way. But if it was leaving this way, it would have waited there. Okay, I think this place is back to working. What do you mean by block has no exit symbol? Oh, right, because you can't, there's no way to go that way. Yeah, that's fine. I haven't built that track yet. I'm gonna have to get rid of this little guy. Sorry, buddy. What do you mean no exit? Right. My bad. Okay, so where exactly am I headed? Hold on. So I'm headed over there to rejoin at this point here. And then we're just going to run the train like that. And then instead of going up and around, we're just going to cut through that there. So this is a nice long area. So this is probably the area where we readdress height and just see if we can get up to the level this whole base is going to be on. Yo, running trains is crazy. Uh-oh. Interesting. My desk won't stand up. Hold on a moment. Cool. Fixed. Okay, so from here, maybe I can get through them. That would be really nice if I could. That would look very good if it lets me. Not like that. Excuse me? Hold. Go. Put the links in. Show me the links. What you doing? There we go. Click. Unhold. Hold. Should be about right. Cool. So like that, but then that way. And I'm just gonna want that to hopefully come around this tree and the next floating bit be right here. Double check my thing. Yes. See if I can see where I'm at. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is that? That's actually disgusting. That's actually disgusting. I am thoroughly disgusted. Okay, so slight change of plans. We're actually gonna rejoin the highway around about, I don't know, like here-ish.
Connect. Unhold. Flip it around because for some reason it's always fucking backwards. Rail tracks too long. Yeah, that's fine. Interesting. Perfect. Okay, just one to the right there. Should be good the whole way up. Yeah. Ooh. Saved it. Aha. And I see the path. I can go about 12. Damn it, that's right. Click. And as far as you let me go between stations. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, oop, that far. Okay. I wish I had like a height coordinate somewhere so I knew like roughly how high up. That's how high up. Okay. Wow. That's quite a ways up. That's actually quite fucking high. Do we want to be that high? I think maybe we don't. Maybe that's actually, maybe I went a little too far. Control room up that high. Yeah, like I may build up to that, but we're talking I've built the base level, the ground, the essentially the bottom level, and I think maybe that's not the bottom level. I think maybe that's not it. Here's what I'm thinking then. Like this one's fine. But what if we had like, if we had like up to where I'm comfortable, and then we just bring the train in wherever the train is, and we rebuild on that level. Because, like, yeah, I wanted it to be above all the crap, but, like, it doesn't need to be fucking that far above all the crap. That's maybe a little too far. A sky train is one thing, a space train is a different thing. It doesn't, there's a bit too much. Click. Unhold. Untwist it, because no matter what you do, it like twists itself into fucking knots for no good reason. And come up here, hold, page it down a bunch until it matches, and pull it to where it needs to be. That's fine. Oh no, you've clipped into the ground. Yeah, of course. That's how you make the ramp into up. But I feel like if I do that one more time up, I'm like sufficiently high to get like above everything, but just not to a fucking insane level. Just not to a fucking insane level, that's all. That's not right. That is. Click. Auto connect. Untwist it because it's twisted every time. Like fucking magic. Hold. Slightly easier to do this if I do it as I go along, I think. I'm real tempted to build like a drone station and just like a massive drone hub and just never deal with trains again. Just fucking drone everything everywhere over the whole map. so we're gonna go exactly, let's see, foundation, 1 meter ramp still. We're gonna do, I don't know, 3 of those up. And then that's it. You're gonna go flat from there. Which is gonna be a normal on a weird angle. That's too far to go anyway in one go. The cliff in the background of the platform, that's the highest point in the entire game, that right there. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Get rid of those. Flat. Whole page it up, click one out, click, undo the thing, untwist it because weird shit. It's actually fine like that, so long as we're at the correct level, which is right there, and that would be fine. That's a pretty smooth turn, I think. Achievement for getting to the top of that cliff. Tell me that. Now I want to go and get to the top of the cliff. So that, geez, is quite a journey. I mean, you just build a ramp, right? Like, just build a ladder. I don't know. What, since when is building a fucking... Since when is building a ladder cheese? Okay, let's see where I'm at here. So we're at crossover for that little river. So we look good to go straight the entire way. So I'm actually gonna go like straight down here. And then turn into that when I'm over there. Oh, wrong button. Almost want to change directions to go like that way now. Yeah, I do. So we just do the foundation thing again here, but like off on an angle. I think that's pretty good. If we go, say, 10 that way, and then three or so to the side. Then oh, that's right. Unfucking wind it. Hold. How do we get Baylor badges and XRCon? Yes. Except almost certainly new ones, because we have an updated logo since several years ago when I was doing that. So there'll be new badges. While I'm up here, get rid of that foundation. What in the actual... Oh, it's just a bug. Okay. I think honestly, this is a pretty fine maximum height for the train to be at. So I think that city that I built way too many foundations of is coming down. That's starting too high. Not that I can't build up from there, but that's like the ground level, and that's just too high for a ground level. I'm pretty excited about ExileCon. It's actually the first bit of news from POB since I took my little hiatus that's made me go, yes. So that's a good sign. We're still skipping Freakier, but I heavily suspect that by the time PoE 1 rolls around, I will be just gagging for it. I'll need some more ARPG in my life. Oh, buddy, you're gonna fly right through my train tracks? Will he repath around me? I could move my track. Ah, fuck him, I'll never see him. He will not. Oh no. He cares not about collision. Oh no. I did see a picture of somebody who had built a bridge right in the flying path of one of these things. And he'd like taken out a bunch of the pillars and put in like a bunch of like scaffolding support around it, so it looked almost destroyed, and he'd made a hole for the guy to fly through. And I was like, that's actually cool. Well done. Okay, look at the level I happen to be coming in on now. It's not even that high. That feels way better than up there, right? I'm just above these cliff faces, but not by much. Like I'm just above this cliff face. I think that seems a lot better. So if I do this, right, it's not that I can't build up from here. I could build higher buildings, but essentially this could be ground level down here, not up there. I can build up, but that being ground level all the way up there, that was a bit this is a bit too much. And honestly, like, this is good. There's enough level on the ground here that when I'm like taking water or taking anything or grabbing ore or anything like that, there's tons of room. I could even still build little ground units underneath if I just want, like, hey, take this ore right here and just fucking smelt it in a small building. There's no ore here, but you know, if there was ore there, you'd be like, oh, just smelt it in a small building here and then send it up to my ground level. That feels all right. Which means This where the train station is. Now, this a busy base. Now, we don't have to bring in a shitload of any one material, but we do have to bring in a shitload of material. We're currently already planning to bring like 7 things in by train. So that's already 2 train stops. That's if I don't plan on sending anything out, which I plan on sending 2 things out from. So I'm going to say to start with, we build 3 train stops, and then we just see how that goes. Sounds like you need longer trains. I would rather have more shorter trains than fewer longer trains. Would you rather have run a really long train that carries everything? No? Everything's like coming from different areas and shit. That one train would have to stop at like 3 different places just to gather the shit that it wants to bring here. And then yeah, to bring it in one load, but like, because it would have to go to 3 other stations and then to here, that would like greatly extend the rate at which it was bringing stuff in also, like the speed of which. So no, I'd much rather have, I would much rather have more smaller trains. Like, I don't know, maybe 4 per was a little too little. Like maybe if I was doing it again, I might go to 6, but I think that would still be my limit. I wouldn't want more than that. Can't have you do that. That's not right, because you'll be coming in right-hand drive. So you will also need to connect to that. You'll need to connect there. You will not. Nothing heading this way will ever have to enter that track. But you may have to enter that track from this side. This one you're just building for fun, you're actually trying to complete the game? No, I'm trying to complete the game. The current train station I'm building is a train station for this thing, this base, which will be creating 2 of my elevator parts. The last 3 little outposts that I built are things that will bring in stuff that needs to be shipped in and will need to be shipped other places. So I built some little outposts to be able to like have those. They're all hooked up already. They all have train stations already. And now it's time for this thing, which is going to make 2 of the 4 elevator parts. Oh, don't build real long. Don't build real long. Whenever we're building this, just build everything in little 2 square increments so that you can get on and off wherever you need to. Otherwise you end up having to delete whole sections. Can you just not become nighttime? That'd be great, thanks. Just occurred to me that I have no idea if this part right here is on the world grid or not. And I don't know how to work out if it is. Yeah, I do. Place it randomly on the floor. Hit the control button, hold, and just bring it up to me and make sure it lines up. I think I did it on the world grid. It looks like I did it on the world grid. I just don't remember whether I did or not. I mean, not height wise. You're like half a tab down. Inconvenient, but also perfectly fine. We fixed that on this train station level. That's fine. Okay, so then what I want is trains to come off here and go that way. 4 deep, and you've got to be 3 squares away. Actually, you should be okay 2 squares away. So obviously I want this to be a freight train, but just getting that all lined up. Freight platform. Too close. Too close. 1 further, please. 1, 2, 3, 4 freight cars. Perfect. Next one. Perfect. Why would you do that? There should be enough room for the logistics on that one. Oh God, you have to place the station first. Okay. That should be more than enough room for the logistics on that one. I want to build 3 stations off the bat because we know I'm probably going to need 3. Which of course means leave room to add another one if you need to, because you may have misguessed that. But it's fine. There's 1 whole square and 2 thirds. That's perfect. So we'll put all of you on that side again. There should be room. I don't know why you flip automatically, but we'll be dealing with the freight on that side forever. Cool. Okay, there's 3. And now all I have to do is not put a building immediately here in case I also want to I can add another station on. Just don't put a building immediately there and then you'll be fine. You can add a station whenever you need it. Just gotta remember that whole time not to add one right there. That's all. Okay, for now there's nothing coming off this side. You can only go back that way. So, same problem as before. We get rid of all this. There is nothing coming from this direction, so that's fine. One square, 2 square, 3 square, 1 square, 2 square, okay. But what I would want is for you to come out and join. So it's going to be right there. It's going to be on that line. So let's fucking draw on that line. Shall we? Somebody put a fucking ladder right in the middle of where I'm building my train station. Silly ladder. Okay, so you're going to reconnect wherever it'll let you, which is right there. You're going to reconnect wherever it'll let you, which is right there. And you're going to reconnect wherever it'll let you, which is right there. And then you're going to rejoin this one wherever it'll let you, which is right there. And we get rid of that bit, and we get rid of that bit, and you're ready to go. Although you're not ready to go because you need signaling now. But you are ready to go. What am I going to name it? Space in one. Space in two. Space out. So bringing 7 things in and sending 2 things out that I know of. Until more happens later and it becomes a problem. Okay, so entry to a junction becomes a pathing signal. Boom. Now, I would rather this, you can't come in unless a train is already in any of the stops. So you need a block signal, you need a block signal, and you need a block signal. Didn't change the color of anything, which is a little odd. So I don't need that and I don't need that. Interesting. So because of this side, I believe that I actually want a path signal here, here, and here. Right. And then a block right there. And then again, a path signal for this intersection. Actually, anything coming in right now? Yes. That's actually the way back out, not the way in. So you also need to be a block. This one's the way in. So you actually need to be a path. I don't bypass the pass at all for the same reason I've done it on every other station, because this main train line can just continue on later. This is the side stop for this station and it could go out that way. Remember, one of these lines comes in, which is this one, and one of those lines goes out. But that whole dual track thing is so that you can just continue off in any direction, and trains can leave and enter from any direction they like. It just happens to be that this is the end of the line currently, but that doesn't mean it will be forever. It's just the end of the line right now. Oh, let's have a look. Unlock your path. You check this whole area. Fantastic. I'm almost willing to put another block signal right here. Because I think that actually works. I think it does. Waiting for path reservation. Oh, there's nothing broken? I mean, that's fine, right? I'm pretty sure that's fine. Timetable. Concrete delivery. You do nothing, you go nowhere. You currently don't even deliver anything at all. So come to space in 2. Forget about going to the bottle shop. Don't need that. You currently deliver nothing. It's just a train that runs. Okay, well, with our base platform now being significantly lower than I first thought, which is like several stories higher all the way up there, it does mean a little bit of foliage cleaning is going to happen. There's some awfully large mushroom looking dudes. I don't even know what the fuck that is, but they're gonna have to not. Okay, you have to beat them from the stem. See ya! See, buddy? Did not know that was gonna happen. I kinda wanna stand on one. Oh boy. I'm sure it'll be fine. I won't die from this. It'll work. Well, that was the original height that I thought I was going to bring everything in on. And then as I was bringing stuff in, I realized that's actually way too fucking high for the ground floor. Like, that's actually way too high for the ground floor. So like, it wasn't until I started building the train over that I was like, oh, that's actually far too much. Kelly, as good as it seems, so SRS and Holy Relic. I mean, it's your best option. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't look at the changes, but provided it's the same as last time, it's just a little bit worse than Necro in every way. It didn't work. Oh no. Oh no. Nothing happened. Yeah, if you're really set on playing Holy Relic, you can absolutely do it with Servant of Arakali, and it is fine. Just a little bit worse. Nope, you can't actually jump on it. Puppeteer seems shit for minions. It is. Puppeteer is even worse. Oh, check it out. The train came. Be standing on it, and then that's what I did for the first one, and I just fell through the floor. See, it just doesn't do anything. It only floats up if you're like nowhere near it, basically. Good news, train station works. Train station works, and now I have power out here. Bad news, ladders everywhere. Yo, how fucking big is that ladder, my dude? Where are you trying to build to, God? There we go. Ah, friend. On the bright side, I did get the rough area I would bring the train station in correct. Because that radar tower was my like indicator of where I wanted the train station. I got that. It's just a little bit fucking high. Probably shouldn't have built this much ground without, like, I probably should have built just like a little platform and been like, yeah, this is where I want it, so that when I brought it in I could change my mind easily. This was a lot of ground to build. Yo, 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 yo. What? There's power here. I brought power here. I didn't dismantle the power. I was only dismantling. I mean, you're still connected. Oh no. I didn't mean to. What'd I do? Five foundation floor blueprint does wonders. Yes, I want to make that before I start making more bases. Or like here, because like this is where more bases are happening. Okay, let's clean up power later. We just needed power so we can actually be up here. We will delete this behind ourselves. Boom. Only target foundation 4 meter, please. Alright. There. There goes our terrible fucking sky base that was way too high. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of this bit. Whee! I'm here. It's fine. We can get rid of those. All right, fantastic. Now, what I actually do need is an actual radar tower. One that's hooked up, please. I'd like to cover like as much of that ground as possible. So, ta-da, radar tower. And now I can see where all the things are. Takes a long time for a train to get out here. This is actually like quite a ways from other train stations. Right, especially for the concrete train, because even though the concrete train is not that far, it's like down here, right? It's not that far. I mean, it's pretty far, but we also don't have a connection this side. So if you come from concrete, you actually have to go that whole way around and then turn the whole way back around. Luckily, we're going to need only a few hundred concrete a minute, and like we could very easily do that. Probably still even on one car, but we may need 2 cars just because of the length of time. But probably just one will be fine. See, buddy. I do need to go make coffee though, so we go on the train line. Bye, you. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this part of the train line. It's just a really beautiful look, right? Like it just... And it'll be so easy to split the train line like right here to go off into the desert when I need to, which I'm sure I will. I'm sure I'll need to head over to the desert. As far as I can tell so far in this game, I'm going to take over the whole fucking world. Like, everything takes so much space. But let's see how this odd corner goes. Checks pathing, it's allowed to go through. Fantastic. And it gets to the slightly wavier section. That fucking swamp over there looks like a nice place to build something too. Again, we could leave this train anywhere around here. Anywhere around here we could fork off into the swamp. How are you doing? Quite enjoying it, actually. I will not be playing Freakier either, but the news of ExileCon got me pretty excited, so I'm definitely starting to get interested again. Into the swamp yet? I've been in there like on foot and had to murder things, but also only a little bit. I've only been into the edge. The itch, yeah. I didn't get it. I'm starting to get the itch a little bit, but yeah, I'm gonna come back in the actual launch of BOE1. We'll just stay away and do some. If we finish this, and we'll see if I ever do, because I take too long building anything, but we'll finish this, and if I finish it, I'll look for something else to play, and we'll just do some other non-ARPG things until it's PoE1 time. The only major concern is money, which is a pretty big problem, but, you know, it's fine. We'll get through it now. Now we can play that again with a mod that adds all the cut content back into the game. Oh, there was stuff they cut. They left 2 dudes fucking as bears. What did they cut? What did they cut? cutscenes. Fair enough. Ah, happy my train works. I'll be back in a moment, and we've got to start figuring out how to build this next factory. I mean, we already have the blueprint. More like where? More like where exactly? Like in that space that we have allocated. Oh. I remember if spiders were good enough. Memories. No, they were not. Yeah. For the reason Yellow said, they're just not supportable. Even though they're level 30, which would be like good base damage, you can't link a single support gem to them. So Sky trains are the best. Building free cube on the later. Not really. I legitimately would not suggest running Holy Relic in Freaky League. It's just a little bit worse in every way than the regular Necromancer is. And so, I mean, if it's your first time playing Holy Relic, it's fine, but if you've like done it before and you're used to it, you're just playing a slightly weaker version. I'd rather do something else that was like enabled by Freaky existing. This is one of the most wavy parts of my trap. This is one of the earliest trains I put on. Here should be much better, much less wavy. I got no idea what I'll play in Shriekier. Is it? Tai normally puts out a pretty good list on Twitter, and it's just a list of like, hey, these will be what I think is the top 10 builds. Pick something you reckon that'll be fun on that list, and then look for whatever creator is making that guide for that build. Explodey, please chill. Nice. Yeah, I'm cool with that. Okay. I haven't built enough room to be able to Yeah, unholy might gloves are pretty those are good. Those are useful. Same trick we did this league, except with what on earth do you mean? I just built a 5x5 so that I could fit you. Right. You make a 5x5, but because you make a 5x5, the actual bit to make a blueprint designer needs to be a little bit larger. Okay. Well. That's the one. Cool. Now, for the normal base for any building, I'm going to want to do a 5x5 base to build buildings on. With a logistics floor in the middle of it. So for a logistics floor, I would like to go high enough to comfortably fit a regular box in. So let me just throw a regular box in. Alright. Which means you need to be built up. Is a single 4 meters high enough? No, well. I mean, if you don't do a single 4 meter, then you end up being a double. And that's quite a lot of space for a logistics floor. Honestly though, is it? This one's the center bit. Right there in the center of that one can be a Mark III wall nubbin. It'll just make things a little bit easier. Okay. Foundations, boom. Set directory, odds and ends, add there. Save. Okay, well, I'm fine with this level being asphalt. I'm gonna have to paint this one coated concrete every time because I want it to be not that one. Coated concrete. Asphalt on the ground level, coated concrete on the level where machines might go. Boom. So now I can do two different things, which is not that one. On my odds and ends, I can do the actual base, like walking around, because this is going to be like the big, yeah, it's so much better. The power. Ooh, that's so much better. I can just fucking place them around and just be like, da, 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 I'm good. All right. Fantastic that. Then when I find an area where I'm like, here is where I'm going to make my first building, then we change to where to go. How'd you end up in there? I don't know, but we change to this one, which doesn't the first time automatically connect to the top, but we do it like that, and then we have our logistics floor, our first power, and then our first floor of whatever building we're building. Fantastic. I bet I can't blow that up from here. Oh, I can. Fantastic. See ya. Alright, clear blueprint designer. Goodbye. Okay, so do you work backwards or do you work forwards? And what I mean is, do I make the building that's going to take magnetic field generators and propulsion rockets first, and then worry about where everything else comes from after? Or do we build from here first at the edge and work our way in? Oh, the very first thing we do Let's throw our saved game in here because we need to hunt a few extra hard drives. Now that we're out here, now that we've got our things sorted, we know we need at least 2 more alternate recipes. So, just load up and see if we can go for hunting. Click, drag. So let's grab. Here is now our actual map, which is not at all somewhat of a mess. Not at all somewhat of a mess. Resource nodes. Hide them all. I don't want to see any resource nodes. I don't want to see the resource wells. I actually really only want to see these. What do you got for me that's nearby? Okay, well, there's one just there. That one I've already gotten. There's fucking 3 over here. 4, 5. 6. Oh, or we go up that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, cool. We should be able to get like 10 or 12 hard drives going in a loop here, and then that should just be enough. We'll just go boop 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 back down to our train line, and then be like, all right, good to go. So let's see. Our first one is just there. Away. What? It's still hip. Think of it a prime. Obviously, we're mostly just after hard drives this time.
Hello. Event tomorrow or not?
J-Split. Also, thank you for the 72 months, and nah, we're not doing it. Nope, I will not be playing PoE again until 1.0 launch, I think. Or like, not 1.0 launch. but PoE 1 launch. Freaky League's just not quite enough for me to be super excited about it. Where are you, buddy? Oh shit, one of you is still alive. Eric Valley change the command guy. Yep. Change the command to be pretty solid. Boom. There's that one. So next up to that little dot of water. Just there. That one. Cool. Hi, friend. That fucking supercomputers. It's a supercomputer. Yoink. Fantastic. That supercomputer is worth 21 tickets if it's the first thing you shove in. I assume you found a supercomputer while doing a fresh game and hunting and were just like, I wonder what, I wonder how much this, I'm gonna need this for ages. I wonder how much it's worth in the sync machine. That way next. Well, I assume everything in these crash sites is static. That is. I assume the crash sites are handmade just like everything else. Ooh. Whoa. Where did you come from? Oh, I see. Hey, I wish I had that homing rifle again. These new bullets do way more damage, but they don't home. I have to aim now. But they do so much more damage. But I do have to aim now. There you go. Okay, next is in that little bit right there. So about here. Yep, off I go. Thank you. Go again. Okay. I mean, like, why are you like that? Cool, I'll take that. Come to me, crash site. God damn, my inventory is already filling up. Okay, that's a little bit better. Bye. Okay, got it. Next hard drive, please. The next one is gonna be all the way over there. Where there's like two right near each other. Cool. Yoink. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? The Mercer Sphere just out in the open? Just a naked Mercer Sphere. They're normally like in a shell. This one's not wearing any clothes. In there. That way. Thank you for more hard drives. Just what I always needed. Now, there should be another one just there. Pick up more power slugs because obviously, I mean, I'm not really hunting power slugs. I have plenty enough power shards for now, but only for now. Yo, will you not let me pick it up from here? Oh, there we go. Like, I'm not really looking for power slabs or slumber sloops or mercer spheres right now. Like, I have enough of those things for right now. But surely when we see them on our way to grab hard drives, we still just get them, right? Like, I was... Oh, Bam's done. Hi, buddy. Hey, look, a mercer sphere. Another mercer sphere found with the naked eye.
This is a shrine to windows and weaving.
Quickly put a BAM down, start a new one. Thanks for the hard drive, buddy. Scan. Okay, now where was I going exactly? Not there. Where the fuck am I going? Oh, I passed it. I'm supposed to go right there. I passed it. Many slugs. There are a lot of fucking slugs here. I did say I wasn't looking for slugs, but like... sometimes it's hard to pass up, but it's just that many. Yeah, there's just so many. I'm like, but I've got enough slugs. Okay. But like, there's one directly in the path you're running. Like, I'm just gonna have to stop and pick that slug up. Like, there's just so many that like, in the direct path I'm going, there are just slugs. And I'm like, well, I guess we stop. And we get the fucking remains. And we pick up the slug. And then we look at the map again. I'm going like there-ish. Whoop. Okay, sure. Well, I'm here now. Oh look, and there's the crash site I was after. And upside down. How to build machines upside down. How to build machines upside down without using any mods, accidentally giving anybody a seizure, and new and improved with no strobing and better music. Thug. Okay, we won't play the music because shoot a rebar gun. You may need to adjust the angle as well. While the rebar is in the air, aim the foundation at the corner of the... The rebar gun was part of the strat. I just thought that was something he did for flair. I thought that was just him adding flair. Nope. Part of the strat. Okay. Oops. Have you seen the clip of the rainbow slug slide yet? Nope. Oh shit.
Follow the vein to the altar and chant.
It's just a looper belt with a lot of slug bugs placed in it. I have seen somebody with a hidden, they had like a massive base, like what they did one of those like mega bases or complexes or whatever you want to call it. And near their like main hub area where they had like everything, there was this little gap that they made look like a garbage chute, and it was just to a double box, and it was a double box that they could throw anything and everything in. And if it was splitter remains somewhere down there, it would get split in smart splitters into a machine that would turn the splitter remains into alien stuff, and then would mix into another box so that all of the alien stuff went together, and that would go to be made into DNA, and that would go into the sink. And if it was a bug, it would go into the correct bug machine through. So there's just a bunch of splitters all worked out down the bottom, and it had like overflows and everything else and whatever. He could just dump his whole inventory into it, and anything that was like good and usable and stuff that needed would just get smart split beneath his base and end up in the correct places. And everything that was just excess, like he's got an extra 200 rubber on him that doesn't need to be like that, is just fucking thrown into a sink and just throw a bunch of smart stuff at the bottom, which I thought was cool. Okay, where was I going? Well, who cares where I was going? There's a purple bug. Jump over to here, grab those remains. Oh, hello. Okay, missed one. Now that away. Oh my god, so many purple bugs. Oh, ma'am's done. Oh! Unable to scan hard drives. I'm still gonna finish my loop. That doesn't mean I don't need to scan more hard drives. It just means like everything that is available is already there, but there's like a big list of stuff, and I might need 2 things that are on a thing, and right, but we're already on a loop, so we might as well finish our loop. I'll just leave that bug behind. Don't want to deal with the bees. Means you need to complete more phases. Yeah, I get it. It's alright, that's what we're trying to do. But I already worked out a loop to run, so well. There's no point in going at full speed even when you're relatively close. Certainly didn't hurt me. I've got a radiation suit. You need fused modular frames, which apparently I don't have enough of in my inventory. Oh, those are just regular. No, those are heavy. Oh, you need the big boy ones. Luckily, I got those. So yeah. Okay, there's those. So there's those two. There's 3 more that were in my planned loop that basically lead me back to where, like, my base is. So might as well just fucking finish them up. Somewhere around here is 2 of them. Oops. It's there and here. This one's nothing. Somewhere around there. Oh, and a Mercer Sphere. I'll still take Mercer Spheres. Not what I'm hunting, but I will stop for a Mercer Sphere that I see. Holy! Yo, what's up with this crash site? I've not used one of these yet. It's not as big of a gas cloud as I thought it was going to be. I just sort of wanted to see what it looked like. And a bunch of materials. This is a good dones to bring all my projects. There's a waste of his time in the last three. I mean, yeah, I didn't see any problem with that. All right. Yep, that's a much stronger gun. There you go. Remove that stamp, highlight that stamp, that away. Oh. Ah, up there, I guess. Well, not I guess. I mean, I literally see it. Ooh, that's a big jump. I can either make that or I die trying. That's fine. A spider's supposed to get this big. The fuck? Sir? I would like somewhere to put the alien augmenter. Do you want? Oh, there it is. That became a biomass burner? Excuse me? Oh, that's not a pain in the ass. Check it out. A place to put the a place to put the alien augmenter. Ah, that'll do. Yoink. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you. Next. What's that? 1, 2, 3. 3 to go. First one. Biomass bonus. With 6 biomass bonus with biomass in them for the ones that need power. Yep. I just placed the alien augmenter, but if you don't have that yet, then I don't see an issue. So that's where one of them is. Another one is just here. The third one is just there. And the last one is on the way home. Just there. And where am I? Here. Okay. Oh, we have a small problem. Okay. Get rid of that, get rid of that, upload that. I don't want to get rid of those. Worth too many points. Get rid of them, get rid of them, get rid of that. You'll take them. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Get rid of that. You'll take those. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. You'll take them. Oh, put that at the end. That stack takes too long. We're making the blueprint. They'll be built with biomass in them already? Yes. Would it be possible to see your aluminum setup? I've been struggling to figure it out. Do you want to see the actual base physically in game, or do you just want to see the planned spreadsheet thing? Like the tool guy? Both is possible, but only one of them I can show you this second, because I'm on a circle that I already decided on for hunting hard drives. So I have to finish those first. Absolutely the fuck not. Fuck you, buddy. Oh, hey. Yep, I see you. Aha, there it is. Whoop. we go. More hard drives. Oh, yo. That's unnecessary. Damn it. That's fine. Remove. Highlight. So I'm gonna grab that one, and then that one on our way home. We're done. The guy who wanted to see the aluminum didn't answer my question. Oh God, where are you? No, it's dark out. I don't want to. It's dark out. Why is it always nighttime? The nuclear rhino is not as scary as potentially a nuclear spider. Didn't go to playing. How did you set up your aluminum plant? Hang on. So, in my satisfactory planner right here, I can show you the plan, which was this one. So I took as much of the bauxite as I could in the area that I chose in, and decided that I would use every single bit of bauxite that I could possibly get from that area, which ended up being whatever this adds up to. Right? Found some coal nearby and a little bit of water nearby. I ended up running 6 sloppy alumina foundries into 6 alumina scrap foundries. And then I looped that water back and put one single pump that was underclocked on each set of 2 machines. This works really, really well if you just keep them in loops of 2. Right? So like 2 machines will feed back to 2 machines. And then that will leave you with a little under 1 pump of water needed to be added to that system. And as long as you keep them in 3 separate systems, like or like for me it was 3, but separate systems per 2 sets of machines, then it'll be really easy to balance that water and not have it all go over. So we did that, and then that went into 2,160 alumina scrap, which all went into 3 different rows of ingot making. The original idea was that I would save 360 ingots. I split it into 3. And I would send 360 to go this way to get turned into casing. And I would send another 360 this way to get turned into sheets. And I tacked 30 heat sinks per minute onto the end. And that is the facility. Now, what ended up changing a little later as I realized I needed way more casing. So I took this 360 that I was just boxing and saving, and I copied another set of this. So I'm now making 480 casing instead of 240. But that's how I set it all up. If you want to see it, I can show you it, but not until I'm done with my loop of hard drives, because I'm actually headed back to the alumina base as the last stop on this little trip. So you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. There he is. There he is. Hi, buddy. Yeah. You're less scary if you can't jump scare me. Yeah, I couldn't figure out the water flow. I had a ton of problems with the water flow. And the biggest problem with the water flow was running perfect 600s where the pipes were supposed to hold 600 each, because I originally had planned to split the entire thing into only 2 units, because that would be a total of 600 per pipe. But that didn't actually work because of the cycling of the machines being different. So one's trying to pull every 3 seconds and one's trying to push every 1 second or something. Ooh, and it just didn't work out. And so I ended up having to split the system into groups of 2 machines. Oh God! Woo! Yeah, once you split the cycle system into groups of 2 machines, like per thing, then it became really, really simple. The alternate solution that a lot of people do is they don't deal with the feedback of water at all, and instead of using water like feedback, they just make I think it's sloppy concrete out of the extra stuff, just so they don't have to deal with it. But I didn't want to have to find limestone and then like have a separate like small amount of concrete being built on the area. That didn't sit right with me. That wasn't what I wanted. Yo, where's the actual crash site though? Like, there's all the stuff I just disenchanted. Where's the actual crash site? Like the box that has a hard drive in it. Where's that? Holy shit, it's up the fucking tree. That was unexpected. Finally, some light. Okay, so remove stamp. And then we're going to this one and then that one. And that's literally right near our aluminum base. So that's the loop done. Ooh, a Mercer sphere. Yeah, I've still got enough. Are you done or are you? Yeah, I think you're done. Thanks, buddy. Still got enough filters to just stand in the middle of the radiation for now. Did I kill your friends too fast? You just like ran away? Are you coming back? Okay, bye. Oh, where'd he go? Bud. Anyone else? Anyone else? Silly wildlife. If you just left me alone, I'd leave you alone. I didn't intentionally come here to go on a murder rampage. But I will go on a murder rampage if required. Remove stamp. Highlight stamp. Out of way. Hey look, another Mercer Sphere. Fantastic. I will always take extra Mercer Spheres on my way. Yep, I know there are mobs attacking me, but there's no need for me to stop here, so you get to live. That was just a rough marker, so could be up. Could be up further. Oh, that's a lot to go up in. Oh, here it is. Fantastic. We don't need any of this shit. It can all stay on the floor. Okay, now where the fudge knuckle is my Illumina base then? It's close-ish to here, right? Oh, it's all the way down there. I'm actually nowhere near it. Never mind. What am I near? I mean, I'm near enough to go back there. But that was the end anyway. So let's go back this way. so many points. I have so many points. Get rid of all the extras. That'll do for now. Things that get uploaded, that. Don't think those get uploaded. Nope. That gets uploaded. That gets uploaded. That gets uploaded. Oh yeah, we got a lot of Mercer spheres, sloops, and hard drives. That gets uploaded. That gets uploaded. Uh-oh. Can't upload anymore. Mushrooms that are apparently called bacon that I just realized. I was unaware. Can't get rid of them either. I believe you only just noticed that? Really? You can't believe I only just noticed that? Really? Okay, well, there's a lot going on here. Many things with a rescan available as well, which I can't even use right now because I've ran out of things to scan. So the first quick thing I'm gonna do is look for the things that I actually find useful on here. That will be pretty useful. We'll just hit save right now. Now, where's my satisfactory modeler? So there's a few things I would like to have, which is any of the leached ingot recipes. We like those. But there was one that I needed, which was the main reason I decided to do this. There's one that I needed. It's this one right here, which is turbo electric motor alternate recipe. It's just way more convenient if I can have that. So there you are. Hello, buddy. I want that. Now, we do want some leached copper and leached deuterium. Are those the only two? I feel like there's a third leached. Leached iron, leached copper, and leached deuterium. I wanted all three. Oh, leached iron and leached copper are both here. I see. Okay, well, I guess I take one of them. And then one of those. Then we have another look at what else we got that's new. Super state computers uses batteries. Useful, but I'm not set up to need those right now. Ooh, yes, please. That will be quite useful. Select. Ooh, alternative for fine black powder. Compacted coal and sulfur. Isn't it just normally coal and sulfur? Yeah, if I have to make this just an extra step, I don't actually even care. I don't need enough of that for it to be a problem. There's no reason to make it an extra fucking step. Now that one's useful. Uses one high-speed connector and stators instead. I definitely want you. Don't want that. This one could be... actually feels worse. You know how to make even more. Might use that later. Alternate supercomputer could be quite useful. Nitro rocket fuel. That could also be useful. I definitely want that one. Okay, now I just want to scan the rest of these hard drives before I start re-rolling anything. But most importantly, we got the one thing that I 100% needed, like for sure. That was in the list. Sure, have the 2 bacon. Because now you can have... There was 12 or something I wanted to get rid of right there. There you go. I'm probably going to an MK2 there without fucking everything up too much. Honestly? You actually seem to back it up quite a bit. Why? Wait, why are you backed up? What did I do? Wait, why is the sync stopped? Is there a maximum amount of points the sync is allowed to hold? didn't do anything. I didn't do anything over here. It's this one. This one stopped. Why? Uh-oh. Is it not allowed to take that mushroom? I put a mushroom in it. There should be a second one. There it is. Hold on. That should be the only one. Did it not like the mushrooms? There we go. Okay, it did not enjoy the mushrooms. Those were not okay. This backup, I think it was a long enough pipe. Oh God. It might actually be causing a problem. I might have to cut this. Okay, I need to fix you. I was trying to get away with being lazy, but like, what you can go is make this a priority merger. And if you hold control, you can replace the priority merger. And then what you can say is center input high. Now that one should keep going. And now it shouldn't actually matter what belt speed I put here. Because this should always flow and you should just go in the gaps whenever there's gaps. Honestly, in that case, you might as well still be the fastest one because you might as well load into gaps whenever at as quick as you can. That'll do it. All caught up. That was interesting. I had no idea that was going to happen. But apparently it does not enjoy it if you upload a mushroom. Okay, so like, I know the mushrooms don't respawn, but like I can't. What am I supposed to do with them? My shit's full. What are you supposed to do with the mushrooms? Are they just to make inhalers? Like, it looks like they're literally only to make inhalers. Like, that's it. But the annoying thing is that they're all different inhalers. So like, maybe I should just stop fucking making mushrooms. I don't know. Which is the one I'm currently using? Medicinal inhaler. That's not even on the list. What the fuck? Oh, wait. They're not different. They've all got different names here, but they all become those. Okay. Well, in that case, let's just get rid of some of them real quick. I am using them, but I'm really not using them at this rate. Like, I'm really not using them at this rate. I fear I have picked too many mushrooms. I need to stop picking mushrooms, is the answer. I mean, I can use them here as well with the alien protein that I've got left over, but like, alien protein and mycelia are much nicer things to keep, so there you go, they're all on. Fantastic. There, you'll hold 4 full stacks. That'll clear out some of my inventory. You can take those and that. I was not very impressed with this, but it will go. They will go up. Gas Nobelisks bit meh. And we'll dump our black powder. We don't need that either. And then we'll dump whatever else fits in. Whatever else fits in the box. There you go. Have all that alien protein too. Here, have that. Alien DNA or whatever the fuck. Ta-da! How much even is the golden nut? I'm already approaching 300 tickets in there. Okay, still quite a bit. Still quite a bit. We fitted a ticket. Yeah, still quite a bit. It didn't unlock the thing for whatever reason. Yeah, I don't know what thing it was supposed to unlock, but I did put a ticket in. And it didn't do anything. Here's another ticket. We'll just do one. Right. One ticket. I don't even know where it went, but it's gone. Oh!
Fix-It sees what you did there. How creative. I have also been creative. There is something extra special for you in the awesome shop. It is a marvel of technology. It is truly the shape of the future. I will be sad if you do not use it and love it, and tell any friends you make in the future all about it.
Fucking gross. Absolutely not. How dare you? Why?
Cyber Wagon unlocked. While creating this, I did not cheat with the width, height, or length. I was able to achieve great capability within the same dimensions and same weight as a normal wagon. Part of this is the fundamental design change. I moved the mast to the outside of the truck. You'll love riding around in this thing.
That's the gameplay if you get to. I am not. It won't let me drive. Fuel it? Yeah, where from? Its fucking wheels are square. Drive, 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 craft. Drive, 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 drive. Ah. Whoa, what the fuck? What the fuck? What is this? Wow, this is the worst. Oh my god. It won't turn left. It can only turn right. It's terrible. It's actually the worst. Did I lose single space? Yes. Yes, I did. A single space for storage and no ability to turn left. That was not worth 20 tickets. I'll be back in just a second. Okay, well, that's all my hunting done, eh? All the hunting is done, and we've built our train station out there, so we've also done all of the hard drive scanning. So there is one more thing that I want, but it's another leached thing. So I have both the leached things. I took one. I could re-roll all of these looking for it, but I might as well just scan the rest. It'll show back up again as I scan. We don't have to have it right now anyway. Oh no. Okay, well. Oh, is this the one? Yeah, that's the one right there. That's the one. Yoink. That's actually not the one. It's just going to Illumina, but it'll get me halfway. Better than running the whole way, right? And then we jump out, and it's actually quite a long way to get to the next place. So instead, we just chuck down a locomotive that's facing that way, right here. And we jump in it, and then we send it to here. We should get rid of it when we get there. Beats running. Those trains, I got like 6 train stops already. We got Illumina, Bottle Shop, Computer Base, Concrete Base, and now this place, which will be our new area. See, buddy. Ooh. Okay. So, the big question becomes, where do you start first? Do you start first out here, or do you start first in the big machines? Like, do I make the buildings that take the final products first, so that I know where everything goes? Look. I don't think it's entirely correct. Interesting. This, alright. This thing. Okay. Wrong way. That way, and then this thing, and then blueprints. Interesting. So they don't necessarily line up when you're using, I see. They do line up to the other blueprints, but only where you've put other blueprints. So like this is all regular ground. So if you want to do it that way, which I do, you actually get rid of the regular ground. And you just build off your 5x5 blueprints. That way, they all link to each other. I really thought this would go easier. Like I thought it would just sort of, it really doesn't work very well. There we go. Right, that's how. Okay, this is definitely a lot faster than building everything out yourself. Okay. So I guess I think I'm going to go two ways. I think the first thing I'm going to do is locate the base stuff that we need, right? And set those up. And then I want to set up the final buildings to be like where I want them to be. And then we'll work our way to the center, probably from the beginning towards the big buildings. But I want to know where my start is and where my end is, so that I have a, because I don't plan on making one giant mega base again. I plan on making like separate things instead. Mem's finished. Thanks, bunny. Okay, luckily we have a tower connected right there. So the first thing to worry about is there was a crude oil area that was from pumps. It's down there. Fantastic. So that is the first bit I need. Honestly, we should place these 4x4s because I plan on making this whole thing into basically a fucking concrete city. And you're gonna try and shriek here. Nope. And I wanted to see Blade Vortex. I mean, I definitely wouldn't be picking Blade Vortex even if I was gonna do that. What would you have done if it's not too personal? Too personal? What I would have played in PoE. I don't know if I don't know if I can. I don't know if that's counts as personal information. I don't know because I didn't really think about it too much, but I'm thinking Herald stacking Penance Brand of Dissipation would be the thing to do. Okay, so this is the resource well pressurizer. And from the resource well pressurizer, we actually don't need that much of it, which is feels like a waste. For didn't pick the spell yet. Anything enjoy satisfactory. Nice. If you look up the Herald stacking Penance Brand of Dissipation build that's currently in the league, that should give you pretty good inspiration on how to bring it over to the new, if there isn't already somebody doing it. But it was one of the best builds, if not the best build this league. It was fantastic. Huge, giant AoE explosions, really good single target. It's only going to be better in the new one. Right, like it's only going to actually be better. So I can't imagine it going poorly at all. Fantastic. And time for our first building, which will be like this, except you hit hold on it and you either page it up if you need to, so that's the flat area, so the logistics are done on the bottom and everything happens above it, or if there's room, which maybe there is, maybe there isn't, let's have a look, depends on where we're at, you might page it down and have the logistics be on the ground floor there underneath it, which I think is fantastic. That works for me. Okay, so oil's gonna come from right there. Now, if I have a look at my plan, it'd be really nice to make copper close to here also. Well, to bring copper close to here. Question is, where is the copper? Uh-oh. Fucking nowhere, or my radar doesn't reach this far, which is more likely. Uh-oh. The copper is a very long way away from the oil. I am taken twice in the main league and in the Pox League. It's a blast. I would highly recommend it. Nice. If only somebody built a train line to hook it into. Well, sure, but like, what are you gonna do? Fucking train it from just over there? Like, what do you mean? Okay, so let's have a look. This is the one that requires petroleum coke, but maybe we just don't do that. Maybe we just use so that needs compacted coal, which is done with sulfur. We don't want to add that in. This was the other one that I was thinking of using instead, which just uses coal instead of oil. and then links up to iron. So we could use that recipe instead. I mean, we're still not using everything. I think it's just better. So maybe we don't do that. Maybe we don't use the oil, even though there's an oil pressurizer there. It's just like, that's a lot of work to get to petroleum coke just to make steel ingots this way, when there's coal and iron relatively close. There's the coal, there's the iron. They're actually just like, there's a ton of iron right there. But this is the area, this whole area is the bit that I want to be in. So I think it's over there where we start with coal and iron and make those. Damn it, wrong thing. You want to go like this, and then like this, and then like that. And you just get rid of those blueprints, but you leave the ground, because the whole area is like, not like a single mega base, but rather the idea is it's a city. Like this is the ground floor of the city, which everything can have different bases. Okay, so it's just outside of my radar tower, but the copper's just over here, just at the back. So if we build up to there, we should be good. Fucking huge. Just these 5x5 foundations really speed up the idea of making a really big area. Like, all it is 5x5 on a blueprint. Connection help it align. I did try that. How far did I build? Not far enough. Keep going. I did try that, but I will try it again. there we go. Okay, I thought I tried that, but apparently I didn't. Maybe I did default auto connect. Perfect. And so here is where our first plant thing will be. So let's start with what? There we go. Now we actually want you to be down. Boom. And you're almost certainly going to need to be 2 across. Boom. And now we have the size of the building with a logistics floor. I love that. So we're going to need 10 foundries to turn the coal into enough. But at this stage, having excess coal, not coal, having excess steel ingots isn't a big deal. Although we are using most of the iron. So iron's going 2 ways: to be made into actual iron ingots and to be made into... Although we're not really using most of the iron, because that is a pure iron node. So I can pull 780 out of it. I'm almost certainly not going to use the leached recipe here. I'm almost certainly going to use the pure ones instead, because there's just too much water around here. Just too easy. Might I put them together? Maybe. Depends on how it goes. You need to join up to the Caterium, and you need to join up to the copper, which is that one. Sweet. Yeah, okay. So we're still using basically the same amount. If they happen to get made next to each other, we can use the pumps together, but... Okay, time to grab our iron and our coal and feed that in. See how that works first. Okay, so coal is actually like right below us, and there's actually 3 pures, which is insane. We've got so much coal there. I need 1 of those pure coals. Was that path of satisfactory? Kinda, yeah. It's a satisfactory modeler, is what it's called. Is that really where you're going? Ta-da. So you're essentially, you don't fucking line up. You're a piece of shit. Oh, you do line up. But you look like you don't line up. Okay, so easy enough. The coal and those are going to go into 12 steel ingot machines for now. Well, it's really 10.2. Okay, the very annoying part is that you have to run power everywhere. Like, running power is the worst. Okay, so from here, first we're going to put the hover back on, then running power. The nicest way that I can think of is we use the Mark III wall nubbin. We put it underneath the station, like that. We connect from here to the station. You've only got 1 link. That's really annoying. Get out of here. We connect the Mark to underneath. Boom. We connect that to here so that you can have power back again. And then we just go along the road planting power underneath our base at regular-ish intervals so that there's always a way for me to get power into a building again, no matter where I put anything. And I can hover the whole way. You know, in theory, I could have made that 5x5 like ever so slightly in the sky and put a wall nubbin on the bottom of every 5x5, like right in the center, and then they'd already be placed and I'd just be connecting them. And they'd all be at regular intervals. You can't make power auto connect like that, but I could just have a Mark III wall nubbin in the center of every 5x5, and then I'd just be going click, 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 connecting it along the way. I think that's probably the way. I should change that blueprint. We wouldn't redo any of what we've already laid, but we're making many bases out here in this area, many different individual bases. So anything we can do in a blueprint would be better done there. Because I did do that with our logistics floors. They have little under the floor nubbins already to just get power out here, but with no power on top. And now there's power. I think that's too good of an idea to not do, so let's do it immediately. Load up a blueprint. 5x5. So we just take that, we hold it, we go fucking up, like just like one page up. I don't know if that's enough for me to walk under. I don't need it to be, no. So we'll just go from there to here to on the zoop setting, please. That's 5. 1, 2, 3. So that's the center block right there. Can I just get a power nubbin into the middle of that block? Maybe. Hold on. Hold. That's the center that way. That's the center that way. Click. There she is. Okay, let's put those back down. That should save us some time when connecting the rest of the base. Save blueprint. Yes, I do want you to override that blueprint. Thank you. Clear blueprint designer. Yeah, I'm away. Cool. Power. Fantastic. Okay, so coal and iron are both gonna have to come here, and they're going to get made into steel ingots with a foundry. I don't have a foundry blueprint. Well, I'm getting one. Just place this one down so I can. These are not assemblers. The players in the way. Just getting an idea for how I did logistics on that. Okay. So I could do 5 at a time. And I feel like trying to do these massive 5 at a time blueprints, like limits me to being able to only place 5 at a time. And so I really like the idea of 2 at a time, because as long as they auto connect, I can place any multiple of 2. Okay, so what do you need done though? So you need a little bit of belt work up the front here. You're gonna need mergers. Mergers with a bit of room. You might all come up from the logistics floor. I'd rather you didn't. I'd rather you came up from the logistics floor at the end and did everything on this floor. So if that's where you come out, then this is where you go in, which is not a merger, but instead just a regular splitter. Okay, so you're going to come in at that height, and you're coming in above it, and you're coming in at that height, and you're coming in above that. We're going to get a thing to connect there to there, and that's just going to work. It is. Fantastic. You're going to connect there to there. It's fine. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that. You're going to get connected. You're going to get connected. You're connected. You're connected. And if I do this right, I connect that one to that one and get rid of those. I should have a belt nub that doesn't overdo the blueprint. And then if I grab this, and I just put it like there, then you should be able to go there, and I can delete that. And so I think if I just have belts like that, I think that it will auto connect, because that's a hanging belt. And it'll try and go into this one, and that's a hanging belt that should try and go into that one. Can you join? But then we want the same thing over here, which is just a little bit of a belt to hang out there like that. And we paint those. As cool as it would be to hook up power, I think I'm going to try just not hooking up power in the blueprints and seeing if I can hook power up from underneath. It'll be slightly more work because I'll have to hook each machine up, but also it should have like no power on the fucking anything. If I can just like connect from the floor, we shouldn't have to fucking look at it, which would be fantastic. Right, now how much do you guys take? Because you will be making which recipe? Is it just the base one? I think it's just the base one. Okay, so you're only taking 45 and 45, and you're only putting out 45 each. So, with that in mind, at least these, and these, and those can just be Mark 1s. Everything else outside the individual machine stays the fastest belt possible. But if you're only going to pull in 45, there's no reason for you to have more than a 60 belt. Okay, that should look somewhat similar to that. Cool. Should work. What's the name of these machines? Foundry. Foundry. X2. Select icon. Foundry. Select. Select directory. Machines. Add blueprint here. Save. Now let's see if they will auto connect. What the fuck are you doing? No, the top floor, please. Yo. Interesting that that one will and this one won't. Like that. What? Why will that? But this one won't. It'll only connect on the one side. Oh, it'll also only connect the top bit. It won't connect this one either. That's interesting. Why you know auto connect? That should seem pretty obvious. This emerges? I mean, sure, except this one does. This side only has a belt. That side has the fucking... Like, I did the same thing. Right? Like, this side has a belt. This side has a belt. They're both belt nubbins that head off to the edge. Which is the same on this side. Just the belt. This one says it will connect this top one, but not the other two. So they're all set up the same way. I mean, I will just connect them myself. It's fine. I just thought it would do it automatically. Okay, so how many of those do I need? So technically I need 10.2. I think we just do... All right. The question is, do we build in excess everywhere again, or is that an issue? We have... Oh, as long as I reconnect these guys properly. I have an actual plan that brings in exactly how much I'm making of everything and ends with exactly 10 and 5 respectively. So I think I actually don't build excess. I think I build exactly what I need for the parts that I'm making. Yeah, that's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to build exactly to the parts that I need. Because then this whole city out here is going to make, right now, 2 elevator parts. And that's its whole job. With no waste and no excess, in theory. If I want 6 of them in a row, do I want all 6 in a row, or do I want them in... How much am I bringing out? 400 and... Yeah, I want all of them in a row. So we will need a little bit more space. Can we go that way once? Yes. Fantastic. Floor plus logistics. Ta-da! That should be enough space. Boom. Why that doesn't connect there, I don't know. We'll do it, it's fine. The whole bottom row does connect despite it being fucking identical. Then over here, all connects despite the fact that it was all doing the same thing. Really? So it was only that one that didn't connect. Alright, fantastic. Don't need the snubbin. Don't need the snubbin either. Damn, I didn't paint that in my... That's annoying. Oh. Slightly clipping the splitter, maybe. Okay, now all this needs to do is have coal and iron pumped into it on this side, where you will get one that goes immediately there, and one that gets a one gap like that. And then down to our logistics floor. And now we have to deal with whatever the fuck we're bringing in anywhere. Bring that power over there. Cool. So right below us, everywhere, is coal. And they're all pure. So I might as well use the one closest to what I need. Excuse yourself. Say you're sorry. Okay, well. Are you fucking bugged or what? Production, MK3 miner, boom, right there. So we didn't need those two, just them. Ta-da! We're making coal. Now we will have to split that coal. But this is the one place where it's perfectly fine for things to back up. Since I know I'm only going to use... Actually, we don't have to split the coal. We have to split the iron. So I'm just going to make that produce 460 coal per second. Because that is all that I will need. Actually, don't need that much. 460 it is. 95% clock speed. She's fine. And that is all I need for that, and you get to be fed directly into here because this is the only machine in the whole place that takes it. So we're going to come down like that, and you're just going to come up facing that way, and we're just going to go into the straight build mode, and you get to just go straight in there. That's the easy part. Coal done. Now, where's my fucking other half? Which I believe is, where'd the plane go? There it is. What was the other half again? Iron. And you also need to be brought over here to make actual iron. Now the actual iron place is going to require water, which we are over right here. So I think that's fine if I bring the iron in here and it gets split. We make the second plant, the one that does iron, will just be beside it, beside here. It's gonna be bringing water up and shit. So that'll be ideal because that brings the iron in from behind into right beside the two buildings that use iron. We're back here somewhere. There it is, right there. That's the one I want, right there. This is absolutely not how we're running the power. I'm just giving myself room to float. While we head towards wherever the iron is. Whoops. Oh, I think that's it right there. I think that's it right there. But we're not going to be coming up over here, that's for sure. I will probably run power like along the belt, I guess, like along whatever path the belt takes. Feels like the least shitty way to do it. I don't know. Oh shit, that's limestone. That's not the iron. Iron, please.
This bleeding temple hums a resonance song. Play for us.
Yoink. Thanks, buddy. Pure iron right there. Right there somewhere. Where are you, buddy? There it is. Hi, friend. Gonna get rid of this little bit off the top. And then you'll be heading out of way. So probably we need to go all the way over to where that is. Probably easiest to like follow next to the river, but on that side, and just run a belt into there. That feels right to me. Upward spirals the belts work too. One, I don't know how to do that. But two, I think I just like Okay, so I actually do need to go up. You're gonna have to go a little free form. I don't think you get to stick to straight. Hello. Default. 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 Okay, but like what I want to do is just get up there. I'll have to blow up some stuff along the way. I wish that I could also unlock the on top of the train lines running power. I want my belts to also run power. I know that's potentially silly, but okay, how much iron do I require? 509. That's so fucking little. You need so fucking little. 509.65. Well, 510 it is. Nobody wants short. Will this run through? No, I've ran up way too high. Way too far. I actually don't want to come this far. Where is the bit that I want to go then? Oops. I actually want to go in here. I guess it's just up. Yep, it's just up. We just want to go up here. Aha. So right there is where we want to go in next to that, preferably. So using the magic of a floor hole. I should be able to do, set myself up somewhere like this, where it's like, oh, too far, where it's like right in front of me, right? And then if I just drop, even though it's a really long way, if I just drop, and then we do this, so that it's right in front of me. You spin it that way, because that's where I want to take it from. Now we hit the reverse, and then we just point it at the sky. And when I get over that wall hole, it'll just click straight in, first go. And we'll make it face out like that so we can see it. Boom! Magic wall hole. Okay. Okay. You came too far. You came too far. Is it really a glitch? Like, stay with me. I know it was technically unintended, but they knew about it and made the active decision that that was cool and that they were going to leave it in. And I think that once you make the active decision that that's cool and you're going to leave it in, it becomes no longer a glitch and is now a feature. Is that one lift? Yes. As long as the end of the lift is a floor hole, you can have a lift as high as you want. It doesn't matter. It doesn't always look right, but it'll work. Yeah, it only looks like that at the bottom though, and we're never gonna see it again. So yeah, please see. Hide it in scaffolding. I very well might. Scaffolding is not a terrible plan. And guess where you're going? Same fucking place. But yeah. As long as the end of an elevator is a floor hole, it can be as large as you want it to be. You're actually going a little bit further in, obviously, because you can't come up at the same height here. How far away are you two? There's like a whole floor hole and a little bit between you. So if there's like a whole floor hole and a little bit, you should be about there. Let's come in about there. And then drop it like it's hot. Messed it up. Let's put the floor hole. You know that half offset that happened on the other side? Yeah, we gotta unhalf that offset over here, but I bet it works. It'll be fine. Honestly, if you just moved over one, it would look a lot better. Beep. Like either way, it just doesn't quite perfectly line up, but once it's inside the building, it does. Okay, so you will come out of here. From here, you're going to go into a splitter, because I know full well I'm going to have to send more of it somewhere else. Now the question is, do we intentionally try and load balance, or do we rely on the see, look, I've got 510 coming in. How could I possibly split 50.48? I just I can't. Like we rely on overflow. We just rely on things backing up, and so more gets sent the other way. That's just too weird of a number to you can only divide by 3s and 2s. Like you can't. But that's okay, because this is using most of it. There's just a little bit that has to go that way. Because it's just to make these. I can't make smart plating without having a little bit of iron plate. Why am I making smart plating twice? Hold up. Why am I making smart plating twice and not once? Look. I know I need them in 2 different machines, but I don't need to be making smart plating twice. You come here. You join that smart plating. You clear. You clear, you clear. Yeah, there was no reason for me to be making smart plating twice. How to make them so it would be slow. Everything here is going to hopefully be set to make the exact amount we need for there to be 0 waste, for everything to keep moving, to make exactly, by the time I'm finished, 10 magnetic field generators per minute and 5 thermal propulsion rockets per minute. That's what this base should end up doing. But fucking huge project. Phase 4 is according to like when you look anything up, phase 4 is where a majority of the people quit because stuff gets too complicated, which excites me. I'm like, fuck yeah, let's go then. Right? Like, this is the part where most people stop playing, huh? Well, fuck you. Since by the time I get there, I'm in a different game. Oof, oil's quite early. Holy balls, look at how much fucking quick wire I'm using. Yo. Quick wire per minute in this base is 1,576 quick wire required. $656 ingots just on that line. That's a lot of copper. Yeah, but by the time I get back here, I only need 284 raw copper. Because we're using the copper and water to make pure copper ingots. And so we end up needing just over 700 copper ingots, but we only need like 300 or 290 raw ore. Alt recipes rule? I don't know. That's so much quick wire. That's gonna be a nightmare too, because to run these machines here, look at that. To run those machines, we're gonna need 2 belts. Like, that can't be transported in a belt. I can't move 1,131 wire on a single belt. So just to get into the high-speed connectors is going to need 2 belts. We're actually going to run only 5 machines, not 5.4. We'll just overclock one. But I guess we'll run 1 belt to the 2.4 and 1 belt to the 3, I guess. I think we'll have the Genesis tree. Yes. Yes, it will. Is this the only reason I'm making regular wire? I wonder if there's an alt that uses quick wire out of that instead, and I just make everything quick wire? No. No, there is not. There's one that uses screws. Get absolutely fucked. Feed from both sides, merge into the central machine. You know, that's not a bad idea either. If you've got to run like 5 of them, you have the feed-ins come from both sides, and then the center one can be the overclocked one, which is like getting fed the leftovers of both belts. It's actually not a bad idea. Plus it'll look cool. Jesus Christ. Okay. Great. That's just such a fucking crazy amount of quick wire, but alright, sure. Lots of wire. I mean, I could make it out of regular wire. I could make the stators out of regular wire if I wanted. I haven't looked at the real copper sink yet. Yeah. I've glanced at nuclear pasta. That's why it isn't in this base. I was like, no, actually. Because my original thought was that I would make a small city, or not a small city, that I would just like make a large base to make all 4 elevator parts. And then I was like, oh, actually, the fuck no. These 2 suit going together quite well. These other 2, not so much. This one isn't as big of a project. Well, it's as big as these other 3, but it just doesn't suit the production line of being in the middle. But this one gets its whole own base. Nuclear pasta is like its own fucking... That's its, it's the nuclear pasta seems as big as the other 3 combined, and it's like so much to get, like, from pressure conversion cubes, and like it'll need its own fused modular frames, and that'll need its own heavy frames, and that'll need its own aluminium casing, and then you've got to go back through like the frame recipes, and it's just so much. And then this bit's insane. The other half, which is like copper powder, be like, oh, you want to make 2 of these? Congratulations. If you want 2 particle accelerators, we're suddenly you need 1,200 copper ingots. That's fucking Jesus. Need 32 foundries making the like pure copper ingot recipe just to feed copper powder. So I'm just like, that's its own base. That goes somewhere else. That's its own thing. It can't be mixed in with the rest of this. That's a separate issue. Consider the power coins of the base you're about to make. The one I'm about to make, I will be fine with. No problem at all. We do have a little bit of room here. But eventually, I don't know if we make it all the way through phase 4 without building more power. But we definitely make this whole base of these 2 elevator parts. That'll be no problem. And then we could probably make that 3rd one that isn't nuclear pasta without a problem. And that's when we have to like stop and check and be like, okay, can we make nuclear pasta without a new power plant? To which the answer will be, I have no fucking clue. Maybe, but also maybe not. We'll see when we get there, I guess. Okay, so back to what I was doing here, where you're going to need a splitter. You need to be lined up. I'm going to give you a splitter just about there. Plenty of room on our logistics floor. For now, go in the straight mode like that. And you go in. Ta-da! Well, these are all ready to turn on. Well, they're not yet, they're not. Paste, 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 paste. Paste, 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 paste. And exactly how many of these did I need? I needed 10.2. I only built 10, which means one of them gets a 20% overclock. And it's going to be the first one in line. Oh shit. Thank you. That was supposed to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I built 10. The first one's supposed to be 120%, not 20%. 120. Okay. So you're going to get split to go 2 ways, which is going to be both of those. The other thing that uses copper, whoops. So the other thing that uses copper goes that way. So the other two things that use this are going to be this way then. Right, so that's going to be a building. Right? The other copper and everything is actually going to be right. So all this stuff is going to be like this side over here where there's like water and water to use. There's actually water over there too. So the area that makes it. So we're going to want those two things to be somewhat relatively close and also more towards the train station. So let's say that becomes a building on its own right there. Then we're going to need, I feel like one building could do both of these. Since they both use concrete and they both use steel ingot. So, my hello. So, if I go blueprints, I'd like to go out one more that way. We'll go two more actually, just to be like that. And then I think I can make these on a single building, but excuse the fuck out of me. How actually dare you? That's because that's the new one that's like slightly raised because it's got the power already underneath it. So we're going to build that into a building. We're going to build buildings over there that need the water stuff. One of them is going to take the copper. So we definitely want to do them. Not a lot of water. Betting I can merge those pumps. Not that much water is required, so that can all get done over there. So this bit, I bet, can be built on a single platform. Maybe it becomes 2 stories high, but I bet it can be a single platform. I don't mind 2 stories high either. So I would like to put you right there on the corner, right here. Funnily enough, you're going to need concrete. And I believe this is the only place that requires concrete in this place. It is. I might drone the concrete in. I could run a belt. I could run a belt the whole way, but like the train station's over there. I think we drone the concrete in. Like it'll come in via train to the train station, right? But like we might drone from over there to here. Just so I don't have to run a belt. Because the stuff I need's getting made here. I'll run a belt underneath the foundations to get in for that. You have fuel for your drones? That sounds like a later problem. Don't poke problems. That sounds like a later problem. I don't know what you're talking about. We may have to make like a battery farm somewhere or something. My drones run on hopes and dreams, right? I believe like batteries are some of the best fuels you can get for drones. You can run them on any packaged fuel, but I believe battery is the most efficient. And so I haven't planned this bit out yet, but the thought was everywhere where there needs to be a drone hub would have one receiver that has a drone station that's empty. I would set up a battery station somewhere that just its job is to make a shitload of batteries, and on the top of that will just be like a whole bunch of drones that are set to come to whatever city I'm building or whatever place I'm building, and it would deliver batteries, right? Or whatever fuel I go with. Battery is the third worst. Well, whatever fuel I go with then. Okay, we'll see. We'll see which fuel I go with, but whatever way it's delivered, right? There'll be a station somewhere that just delivers to a hub, right? And then that hub at this, so like, let's say at this location, for instance, right? I want to be able to run drones over this whole city so everything doesn't need belts all the time. So what'll happen is, in an area that would be inconvenient for other things, right? I will build like a big drone station, perhaps multiple stories of drones, but one of the stations stays empty, and that gets, it doesn't have a drone, and that gets like the drones that come from the fuel station drop off stuff there. And then that station fuels all the other places. That's the thought. I don't know if it's the right idea, but I don't know. I kind of have this idea here where I don't want inside this city. I don't want a bunch of belts running. I'll have some little belts. There are still some logistics floors under here where I can hide some belts, but I would love it if a lot of this city relied on like drones and trucks. Like I'm gonna build roads here, and I'm gonna truck and or drone things around. What I don't want to see in this particular city is like big belt highways. I'll hide some stuff, some belts on the logistic floor. It's fine. There is a logistics floor for a reason, right? Each area has a logistics floor, and I can always run straight off the logistics floor onto the ceiling of the actual underneath area. So like there's plenty of room, but we're gonna try and run our shit by drones and cars, just because I think that's a cooler plan. We're also trying to run most, if not all, but at least most of our power underneath. I don't mind if each building has like a power pole or like power inside its building, but I also don't want to see power lines like routed everywhere. Like, I don't mind if this place right here has some power poles in it when I build into a building, right? That's fine. I don't mind if there's a power pole on the street that feeds the building or whatever, but I don't want to see just fucking raw power lines going everywhere all over the base. Oh, they're all getting hidden. How you doing hidden power lines? So this is a 5x5 4-meter concrete foundation that I'm using to like build out the whole city, right? So it's an asphalt foundation. Underneath it in the center is a wall nubbin built into the blueprint. So whenever I place my essentially my big large roads down, I just come by and connect all the power underneath. Same thing is happening on my logistics floor. So this is the blueprint for when I'm going to be making a building, and it's just a 5x5 of coated concrete, so it looks a different color. I'll build as many out or wide or whatever as I need. But again, on the bottom of the logistics floor is also a wall nubbin built in. So wherever I'm going, the underneath area is getting like ceiling power, right? But it's actually basement power. So there's power all the way out here from the train station, but you don't see a single cable when you're up here. There's nothing. No poles, no cables, no nothing. But there's power out here. I'm hovering, and it's because it's coming from underneath the floor. That's what I've decided with this time. You don't even necessarily, this power pole will go away. This was me exploring and wanting to hover. But what you can do, right, is you can grab a machine and then link it to the underneath power like that, and the cable disappears and the machine starts up. And if you place the wall nubbins like directly down, which you can do because you can sort of see through, you can almost make it like completely disappear if you have a logistics floor. So when you grab a wall nubbin, you can actually see the squares of the buildings and shit that are on top. So like these must be my mergers and whatnot, right? Which means this square must be my building. So if you work out like, oh, a wall nubbin here would make the building disappear, then you can do it there, and then you can come across and do it on the next square, and you can come across and do it on the next square, and then from the outside you can just hide them all. Machines allow for 2 power connections. Yes, daisy chain everything, which is something I absolutely wish was built into the game and should be, and it's fucking stupid that it isn't. Could you leave 1 meter floor, plant the power button, and then another 1 meter floor above it in the blueprint? I mean, you could. How would that look? I feel like it would stick through the floor potentially. Oh, so the problem is, if you build a 1 meter floor, right, you cannot put a wall nubbin on top. It doesn't let you. You can put a wall nubbin on the side, or you can put a wall nubbin on the bottom, right? Now, if you put a wall nubbin on the bottom, for instance, and then you did this, and then you did that, it would technically still work as a wall nubbin, I think. It would just sort of stick out like that, and that would be the power point. So you could do it like that if you wanted, and have it hidden in there, but be floor power, because that is still connectable, right? Like I can still connect to that. So you could do that way and have floor power. Another option would be, there's my wall nubbin again. If you put them in here, what happens when you do that? Can you even connect to it? If you like squeeze it in the middle there? Oh, you can. You can actually just have it completely invisible if you wanted to. You could just have it in there. You could actually just squeeze it between two pieces. Oh, there it is. I didn't know that one would work when I didn't know that one would work. You can squeeze it in between two pieces, and if you do so, you can still access it from the top and the bottom. I didn't know that one would work. Oh my god, also you could put in the blueprint a connection on every place, and you could also connect the entire 5x5 to each other, right? And then all you would need to do was find the ones that aren't connected by each 5x5, because they'll never automatically connect. But you would just on top, you'd be like, where's the connection there? Click, and then click, and then it would be in the next one, right? And you'd look for the next 5x5 and you'd go click, click, and then you'd just have fucking power everywhere. If I'm getting power nodes, I'm happy with how I've done mine. Mine already have power nodes. I'm just doing them underneath like that. That's in the blueprint. That nubbin's in the blueprint. That nubbin's in the blueprint. That nubbin's in the blueprint. That's good enough for me, but still very interesting that you can squish it in between two foundations like that and then still access it from both sides. I didn't know you could do that. Morning. So we need actually 2 and 5 machines, which is so we need foundries for that as well. Interesting. I wonder if they don't get their own floor, their own building. I wonder if they go on top of this. Since this is the only reason these exist, perhaps the top story here makes steel pipes and steel beams, and it is not a separate building. Because I would still do this. There would actually be so much room too. It'd be nice. There'd be a lot of room. All the shit would be happening down there for all the foundry work. And then we would come up to a new logistics floor where I wouldn't have to worry about things. We'll obviously encase it. And then the next level up would be where the steel beams and steel pipes get made. I kind of like that. So how many do I need? 2 for steel beams, and then 6 really for steel pipes. So like 2 for steel beams. Would be great if we flip them around this time. Because that way 2 for steel beams could go like that. Right? And then we flip it back around. We give it quite the gap. And then we need 6 for steel pipes. 1, 2. Oh, hey. Hey, how dare you? Hey, how dare you? 3, 4, 5, 6. They're facing different ways, and I think I hate that. I think I'd rather deal with the logistics and not have them face different ways. But they do need to be separate. I don't want them connected. Fantastic, which would have these two. Wait. They're not foundries, are they? They're, do I not own the molded steel pipe recipe? That says foundry. Well, there's the molded beam recipe. I guess I need both the molded recipes, and I do not have them. Good news. I have a buttload more hard drives. Tons more hard drives. That's fine. So we have to come back to that after we've done more hard drives. But it does mean we don't want our exit to go down. We want our exit to go up. Up to the next floor. Nailed it. Okay, so that's where you'll come out, and then you'll get split in between those two machines, and one will head that way to come up on that edge. And then the concrete will get droned in from the ceiling. Which means there will need to be a roof. Interesting. There may only need to be room for a drone there, because I can deal with it in the logistic area. Which means as I build this building, I will have to like wall in all of that and whatnot and hide that logistics floor. But this could be a separate area. Okay, that might look cool. Okay, I have ideas for how to make that look cool. That's where you're going to get both of those and drones for the concrete from over there. Fantastic. Morning. So that will essentially be those ones done, or in theory not done, but like laid out. So I think the correct next step is to go back and finish where the other ingots and whatnot are getting made. So we do need water, which is fine, but most importantly we need, that's iron, we're gonna need copper and caterium. I need a fucking tower. Just temporary. Radar tower. Hello. There's some bauxite. Yo, where's the other stuff I was planning on getting? Fuck, it could be anywhere. Copper and caterium. Caterium is that one, and that is the one I was planning on taking. Where is, that's limestone. That's iron. Where's the copper I was planning on taking? Okay. Actually, where's the copper I was planning on taking though? Oh, there's a pure copper over there as well. Really? Where's that? Oh, right there. Pure iron, pure copper. Fantastic. There's the radio table tells us you how many. Huh. I did not know that. Cool. Okay, so they're gonna want to get made. So the first one's gonna want to get made right there because it'll be splitting off my current one. Oh, look, 2 big beans. Are they mating or morphing into each other? Is this how the beans mate? So let's see. So the first one to make iron ingots is literally only 2 machines, and it's using the other half of that. The iron ingots is literally only 2 machines, and it only needs fucking 28 water. Needs nothing. We need so few iron ingots. Is there any way around needing iron ingots? even adhered iron plate still needs iron. Yeah, it still needs iron even when you make it with that. Still needs iron even when you make it with that. So no, there are more like efficient ways to use it, but when you need this little of it, it's fine. So the question becomes, do we even build foundries on the base level at all? Because like this is the base level. Or do foundries specifically, especially when they require water, actually just get made down on the base level and shipped up into our logistics floors? I think there's some stuff that it's okay to make not technically inside the city. And I think it's this stuff where we're making the ingots in things that require water. I think I'd rather make them in like small building layouts downstairs underneath the city, and then just ship the ingots up on lifts and send them out in the city from there. This is insane. 19 pure copper ingots is like 19 machines just to make pure copper ingots is for just this. Did I say unable to? Well, no, that's not true. That's not true though. Is it? Oh, there they are. Molded steel pipe and molded beam. Both of which are things I want. Yoink. Thanks, buddy. Take another hard drive. You'll be able to find those exact 2 other recipes that I just didn't take. Okay, fantastic. And looking back on here, which one was the one that only needed 2 machines, and which one was the one that needed all the rest of them? Over here, 1.67 machines making steel beams, and 1.18 machines making steel pipes. 5.18. So 1.16 that make beams, which is 1, and a second one at 67%. Perfect. So you're both going to do that. And then on this side, we've built 6, which is fine. We're going to have you all run pipe. And the first one in the line, because that's 6 and we only needed 5.18. So the first one in the line literally runs at 18%, 9 per minute. But the rest of them run at 100. Cool, so that'll be steel beams and steel pipes. They will require the concrete in somehow still, but everything else is sorted. So if I'm happy to run foundries on the ground, which I think I am, then that'll be actually where I split the copper, and we will run our foundries just down here. So I could run our foundries, our refineries even. So we'll only need 2 with like a quarter of a water pump to run all the steel ingot we're going to need. But the rest of it, 19 and 12. We're gonna make them 18 and 12 with a little bit of overclocking, because that means I'm gonna need a big area to make both of those things. 18 and 12 means there's gonna end up being 30. There's gonna end up being 30 refineries downstairs, but that's fine. Well, 32, but these ones are getting kept separately. God damn, huge. Overclocking and underclocking machines to make all of the numbers work nicer is definitely my favorite. Right, I'll be back in just a moment. Okay. Okay, so let's see. We've got to come down here. I would like to do that since it's happening right here. I think it would be best. It'd almost be best to do it literally right here. How much room do I actually need? How big is a foundry? Not foundry, refinery. Right, well I only need 2 refineries and a water pump. And that's it. So they're 3x1s. It's almost nothing. Really? Really? Get out the way. Perfect. We're building this in the water, almost in completely intentionally. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Actually just literally do that because the lifts for the things are coming in from above this time, which is a little interesting. Almost want a splitter to hover in the air between them. Hold? Oh, don't hold. I need you to come from that way. There, now hold. Oh, you can't be snapped onto the end. Of course you can't. Of course you can't. That would be too easy. And you won't let me put a belt here because they're too out. Okay. Sure you will. I will trick you. Hey, look. This one's an in. I swear. See, look, it's fine. Because now, in between the two, you can place a merger in the air. And you can delete the belt. You can delete the thing. And then we can go like this. Because I actually want you to be a splitter that comes from this way. Damn, that does not work. No Freakier prep? I don't even plan on doing Freakier at all. Why not? I'm very burned out on ARPGs as a whole. The news of the Exile Con was the first bit that's excited me in quite a while, so I'm actually like pretty hyped for that. That actually sounds very cool. But I've just been burned out, really. Yeah, I love the idols and alter tendencies. It seems okay. Like, it's all right, and I'm sure it'll be quite fun. But and it does look like mildly interesting, but I feel like at this point, I feel like if I was to try and play it, I'd probably have fun, but then I wouldn't be having fun like next when the actual league starts, right? I'd be like, whatever. And so I'm just gonna take the time off until the league start. Oh, really? You need to move one to the right. Might have been too far. Nope, it's good. Sweet. Changes plus the leagues are bad. Well, it's a lot of things too. It's not just PoE burnout, it's ARPG burnout. If you look up my OPGD, I've averaged about 8 hours a day in ARPGs over the last 8 years with no break. No, 7 days a week, the whole time, forever. For the last 8 years. I'm burned out. I'm burned out. That is too much. That's actually too much. Okay, that will be a power pole to connect all three of you, which are all gonna do the iron ingots. I'm just trying to settle this kind of new. Yep. It's still fantastic, and I'm still going to be back, obviously. I just am going to, I'm just gonna take off until the PoE 1 League launch. And 72%, and you need 28.85 water, which is practically nothing. We're just gonna set it to 29. It'll be fine. And that's it. That part is done. Obviously, you guys will need to merge and then come back up somewhere. But I'll figure out where you're supposed to come up later. Oh, hard drive scanned. Got a new one? Unable to scan. Okay. So next things to look at are the Caterium and the iron, both of which are here. There's a pure iron, sorry, the copper and the iron. There's a pure iron, there's a pure thing, and where actually is the Caterium that I was planning on taking for this base? Is it that one up there? Or is it that one over there? I think it might be this one all the way over here. All the way over. Yeah, because I only need 790 Caterium. I think I was going to take the normal Caterium node because I only need 790 of it. It just feels excessive to take the pure node for that. That's limestone again. That's not what we're after. But the copper's around here somewhere. Aha! There it is. Ooh, you can almost go up the same place. Could almost make that a little fucking... I just move another foundation over before I delete them all. Then we'll be able to send all three up right there in the same spot. I think that'll look better. like the idea of doing all three in the same spot. The fuck? Oh. You've got a thing on top of you. Hold up. Get out the way. Okay, so there's that, and then we're gonna go take one of those pure iron nodes just there. I believe this one just here. Yep. Oh, buddy. You don't want to. This wasn't what you wanted to do. I know it's a little bit satellitey, but like, what if I made my iron and copper all the way over here? Hello, please. Like, what if I just made the iron and copper from those nodes right there, literally in this lake, and then shipped it in as ingots? I kind of like that idea because we're going to need 30. We're going to need a total of 30 foundries, and that's like a lot of space. It's a lot of space in our city. And we could have all of this made out here instead, and then just belted in as ingots. So how many ingots are we going with? Copper ingots is 711. Deuterium is... Okay, so we're making a lot more of that than we're making deuterium. Man, you do not need a lot of deuterium ingots to make a lot of quick wire. You need a lot of quick wire. Okay, I don't hate that idea. I don't hate the idea of making both of the ingots over here in this lake, making use of this area, and then just shipping it back. Because one of them's right there, and the other one's right here. That way I get 30 machines that aren't involved in my, like 30 machines that don't have to be over in the main city. But I'm like close. It's just like a little satellite office. I'm gonna go all the way back over here because I want to be able to use that one later. Provided this is deep enough, which I assume it is. Oh yeah, the whole fucking thing. The whole thing is deep enough. Fantastic. That's exactly what we like to see. And then the safest thing to do is to put a raw power pole in the middle of the lake. Just run a wire out to a power pole in the middle of the lake. It's actually fine. Nothing can ever go wrong when you put a power pole in the middle of the lake. Power is notoriously happy to be in water. That's a real thing. Okay, lots of beans here though. So, oops, here is my new question. If I were to, damn it. If I were to build at the lowest possible place inside the water, will you allow me to place a pump still that is now technically on foundations? You absolutely will. You fucking madman. That's fantastic, because if I'm right, it'll also let me run the refinery basically like, yep. That'll let me run a refinery on foundations that is technically underwater. The inputs and exits are underwater. Is that alright? I mean, okay. So that's the iron and the copper. I originally was going to take the Caterium that was up here because it was like closer to my base. But if I'm going to do all my foundry work to make ingots in this pool, I might actually take that pure Caterium and then I can make all of the ingots in this pond and then send them into my base as ingots. And I think that's potentially way better. Of course, there will be rocks in the way if you do it at this level. So The foundations will build through it. Oh god. There we go. Raw power, please. Just throw that power out there in the middle of the lake. Thank you. Seems safe. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. There's definitely nothing will go wrong. Silly bean, you're in the way. We need 2 for that. We need 12 for the Caterium. And then fucking 18. Okay. We need a ton of space. Yeah, I'm actually quite happy about the decision to build this bullshit out here. We're going to need a ton of space. Damn it. Made a flying train paper on the base of the one you showed us in from. Nice. Why does yours looks plastic? I mean, that's fine though. I see no problem. I just want you to know that you're an asshole for getting me addicted to this game. That seems fair. That seems fair. Is it okay that I've paved the bottom of this entire lake? Feels fine to me. If we follow the chain of blame, then it's actually Josh's fault. That's fair. Honestly, I don't think just you telling me about the game, if I hadn't also seen some of the clips from like Let's Game It Out as well. Like if I hadn't also seen some of them, just you being like, try Satisfactory might not have been enough. So it's really like largely Joss's fault, right? Construction. Leave to read. Okay. We're building into the lake. Hope everyone's okay with that. Okay. And now hopefully in this area we can fit 2. But do some overclocking. 18 and 12. Plus the water pumps that need to go with them, which is not that many water pumps. Look, I get a raid and run. Thank you. At the moment, for people just joining, we're attempting, this is the first time I've ever played this game, we're attempting to make a factory for these phase 4 elevator parts. I have it planned out. I have some stuff that's going to be coming in via train, but my actual factory is actually like all the way up there, and it's going to be a small city, and it has a train station in it and everything. But I just thought about exactly how many goddamn refineries I'm gonna need. And then I realized that all 3 of the ore that needs to be refined is all around this lake here. And then I thought, I wonder if I can just do all the refinery here and then just belt ingots in. And they could all go up the same place right there. And I could just belt all my ingots in, instead of having to worry about fitting all of the refineries inside my base area. Just like a little satellite office over here. Oh, I'm not even at that part. This one I'm doing first is this one. Thermal propulsion rockets and magnetic field generators are both getting done in the same small city. I looked at the nuclear pasta and I was like, that needs its own building. That's its own whole, that's its whole own thing. It's gonna need way a lot of cover. And I looked at the directory, assembly director system. It's not as complicated. It's probably just as complicated as either of these, but it doesn't cross over very well. Like, it doesn't use a lot of the same materials, whereas these two use a lot of the same things. So like building these two in a one large base area feels okay. But this one wants to be separate because it's different, and this one wants to be separate because it's different. So the current plan is to build 5 of them a minute and 10 of them a minute once I'm done. I think those are okay numbers. I have no real clue. This is my first time playing the game, but I think those are okay numbers. And they'd fucking better be, because this place is massive. And that's also the amount of heat sinks I'm making off site, and that's also the amount of fused modular frames I'm making off site. 20 per minute? No, 10. 10 I'll be making 10 magnetic field generators and 5 thermal propulsion rockets per minute. And then we'll worry about the other 2 things after that. Shit, that's more than me? Uh-oh. Well, the math's all done for this, so this is how many I'm doing. When I was looking at nuclear pasta, my thought was that I'd aim for about 4 of them a minute. 10 seems insane. It'd be 4 or 5 of the nuclear pasta at most. It might even be less. It'll be less. It might be 2. Actually, looking at those numbers, it might be 2. You only need 100 to get out of this phase? Yeah, but I assume I'm gonna need more of them. Don't worry about phase 5 when you get there. Why? If I know I'm gonna need more, I might as well make, I don't know, I might as well make a place that makes like 4 a minute if I know I'm gonna need more, right? So I have no idea what the next phase will require, but that's also why I'm making so many of these. If I just wanted to finish it, I'd just be like, oh, I'll just make 2 of these and 1 of these, and then we'll just let it run for a minute and it'll be enough for the elevator. But I'm almost sure that I'm gonna need more of these parts. So instead of making 2 and 1, I'm making 10 and 5, hoping that'll be enough. With nuclear plant, and I base those numbers based on just how many is required. So like, you need 250 of them, so I'm making only 5. You need 500 of them, so I'm making 10. I need 500 of these, so when I go and make that one, I'm going to try and make 10. And then nuclear pasta's obviously much harder, but only requires 100. So I'm thinking it probably only needs 2. Maybe 2 is fine on that. Or like 2, 2.5, somewhere around there. 2.5 would be really good because then I could loop it into 5 if I needed to. But we'll get to that. This thing is gonna take me fucking days. I'm gonna spend 2 days just getting this up and running because I've never done this before. This is gonna need another 2 days for sure. Is it normal to feel like you want to start over in Satisfactory? I hate everything I've done so far. Yes. Yes. That is very normal. Because every phase, you get better and better at doing stuff, right? You get better and better at making it, and you get better and better at making the buildings, and then like, you're like, oh man, all my old stuff looks so terrible, and you're like, I never thought ahead. Now I'm making modular frames over here, but if I had made 4 times the modular frames, I'd be able to ship them over here, but I didn't know that at the time, so now I'm just making enough for that base, but it's all like closed off in there, and like I didn't make it modular, and I can't build out, and so I've actually got 3 bases that are down here that I've just fucking completely abandoned because this was where I started. So there's like 3 bases over here that technically still run, and I'm pretty sure some of the stuff that's going into my depot is getting made over there. I don't know what. I don't want to go over there and look. It's horrible. It's all bad. I, I I hope to just never visit this section again, and then don't worry about it. And if I have to, I'll have to figure out what's going on over there and what's getting put in my dimensional depot, and I'll have to figure out how to do that. But that's a later problem. I've still got so much map. I could just not visit there again. I haven't built anything up here yet. I'm just building this bit right now. Right, I'm just building here right now. I got all this section I've not used. I got all up here, and I got all this bit I haven't even been into yet. Like, surely I can just ignore this starting corner? Just abandon it? It'll be fine. Alright, I am, however, unfortunate timing. I think I am done for the day, but I would love to show you how I'm planning to build this space with the two things, because I'm really, really happy about it. Just let me really quickly head to just there and show you real quick my shit, because it's I'm happy about it. I don't know if it's good, but it's good for me. I did some things that are really cool. I think are really cool anyway. Here we're about, huh? So these elevator parts, they don't feel like one building. It feels like you need a small city to be making these elevator parts. And so I decided that's exactly what I'd make. A small city. Instead of a bunch of different bases or one mega base, I would instead make a small city. So my train stations are over there. I've only just started. I've got like bitumen road that I'm planting out to different buildings. So I've just built my first building here, which is going to deal with essentially just making steel pipes and steel beams that are needed, and that's all that's going to be made in this building, right? All the steel pipes and steel beams needed for the whole project is going to be made here, and all the smelting shit happens there, and I'll close in this building. But then I go along the road here, and I'm like, oh man, I need another building, but I need it to be out there. And so I take my blueprints, I grab my 5x5, and I go, ooh, I actually just want my road to travel this way a little bit more. And we go, cool, we'll go out there. And then there's my road. And then you want the new building to be out here. So I grab my other blueprint and we just page that down until it matches. And now I have a road where I get a start of another building, which is made on different stuff. And then this will be where the next building is. But here's my favorite part. This is my absolute favorite bit. Every bit, I actually built a little bit off the blueprinter so that I could sneak in a little wall nubbin to the roof, and all I have to do is connect my wall nubbins across underneath my base to get power into everywhere. Even the logistics floor for the actual building has a little power nubbin on the floor that you can't actually see. And now there's power out here. And I don't have to run power cables anywhere. They're all in my blueprints. I'm really quite happy about that. I get to keep all the like roadways, everything. I get to keep everything nice and clean because there's power underneath the road the whole way. It's just power everywhere. I like hiding power lines as well. We made the biggest discovery, something I haven't seen on YouTube at all. I made the biggest discovery earlier when I was just showing off that power, which is there's another way to hide power. And it's potentially my favorite way now that I have found it. Check this out. If you grab a wall nubbin and you put it on the side of a platform like that, and you just put another platform over it, it disappears. But from the top, you can still grab it. And from the bottom, you can still grab it. And it just disappears in between. There's just no power. Yeah, which means you build the next like nubbin out. It's very cool. You can route it around foundations. Using that method to get it anywhere. Yep. I mean, right now we're running underneath the foundations, but inside the foundations is a whole different thing. Inside the foundations that's exciting. For now we're going underneath, but inside's pretty good. And good luck, see you around. All right, see ya. She's like, I don't like. Ooh, you nearly missed this streak. Because I am calling it a day, though. I mean, we got a pretty decent amount done. We've started our proper base. We've already decided on another satellite base that has to get built all the way out there. I was here earlier, just didn't talk. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, this is gonna be a lot of work. I'm gonna be so happy when it's all done. No, that's a lie. I'm gonna be really frustrated but happy about it while whatever I plan out doesn't work and I have to go troubleshooting for like 4 hours, and then I'm gonna be really happy about it, because that's like definitely the way that'll work. Okay. The big problem is everybody that I follow playing PoE and doing PoE prep, which I guess is fine. Alright, I will see everybody tomorrow. Goodbye.